Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the quietest corner of the Shire, where the bywater flows gentle and the willows bow low over mossy banks, there stood a hobbit hole of particular charm. It was not the grandest dwelling, nor was it adorned with the brass fittings and painted doors that marked the homes of the wealthier hobbits, but it possessed something far more precious, a warmth that seemed to emanate from its very walls, a comfort that drew weary travelers and restless souls like moths to a welcoming flame. This was the home of Primrose Burrows, a hobbit woman of middle years whose reputation had spread far beyond the borders of her little corner of the West Farthing. She was known, whispered about in reverent tones at the Green Dragon Inn and spoken of with knowing nods at market day, as the keeper of dreams. For Primrose possessed a gift that had been passed down through 7 generations of Burrows women, a gift so rare and precious that even the elves of Rivendell had been known to seek her counsel in ages past. Primrose could weave sleep like a spider weaves silk, delicate and strong, beautiful and necessary. With her special blends of chamomile and lavender, with her honey harvested from bees that fed on the flowers of the old forest, and with words as old as the Shire itself, she could guide even the most troubled soul into peaceful slumber. Her teas were legendary, her lullabies were said to have been taught to her by the river itself, and her quilts were sewn with threads that seemed to hold the very essence of tranquility within their weave. But it is not Primrose whose tale we follow this night, dear listener. No, our story belongs to her great-nephew, a young hobbit lad named Rowan Took, who had come to stay with his great-aunt for reasons that had set tongues wagging throughout Hobbiton and beyond. For you see, Rowan had not slept properly in near 3 months, and his family, desperate and frightened, had sent him to Primrose as a last resort. The trouble had begun, as troubles often do, on a night that had seemed no different from any other. Rowan, then a bright lad of 22 years, had been returning from a gathering at the Took family hall. The moon had been full that evening, hanging low and orange over the fields, and the path home had taken him past the old burial mounds that stood silent and ancient at the edge of the Took lands. Most hobbits hurried past these mounds with barely a glance, for they were remnants of an age long forgotten, and sensible folk did not dwell on such things. But Rowan, who had perhaps enjoyed one too many cups of old Wynyards that evening, had paused. He had heard something, or thought he had, a sound like singing but not quite, like the wind but with words woven through it. The sound had called to him, sweet and sad and strangely compelling. Being young and foolish, as young folk often are, Rowan had stepped from the path. He had walked toward the largest of the mounds, his feet moving almost of their own accord, drawn by that peculiar melody that seemed to speak directly to his heart. What happened next, Rowan could never quite remember clearly. There had been lights, he thought, dancing like fireflies but cold and blue. There had been faces in the darkness, beautiful and terrible, with eyes that held the weight of centuries. And there had been words, spoken in a language he did not know but somehow understood, words that had sunk into his bones like winter cold, and had not left him since. He had woken the next morning in his own bed, with no memory of how he had gotten there. His clothes had been damp with dew, his feet muddy, and his head aching something fierce. But it was not the aching head that troubled him, for that was simply the price of too much good wine. No, what troubled Rowan, what had begun to consume his every waking moment and haunt his every attempt at sleep, was that he could no longer rest peacefully. Each time he closed his eyes, he found himself back at those mounds. Each time he drifted towards sleep, he heard that singing, that strange and sorrowful melody that seemed to pull at something deep within his soul. He would jolt awake, heart pounding, covered in cold sweat, with the certainty that something had been trying to take him, to pull him down into darkness and ancient earth. Night after night this continued, until Rowan's eyes grew hollow and his once ruddy cheeks turned pale. He could not eat without his stomach churning. He could not laugh without the sound dying in his throat. And he certainly could not sleep, not truly, not without being dragged back to that terrible night. His mother had tried warm milk. His father had tried stern words and stricter bedtimes. The local healer had prescribed draughts and tonics, none of which brought more than an hour's fitful dozing before the nightmares returned. Finally, his grandmother, old Adamanta Took, had declared that only primrose burrows could help the lad now, and so Rowan had been bundled up and sent to Bywater with prayers and hopes trailing behind him like ribbons in the wind. He arrived at Primrose's door on a grey afternoon, when autumn was just beginning to paint the leaves with gold and russet. The hobbit hole before him seemed to hum with quietness, if such a thing were possible. Smoke rose lazily from its chimney, carrying the scent of herbs and baking bread. Primrose opened the door before Rowan could even knock, as if she had been expecting him, which she likely had, for news travelled fast through the Shire, especially news of troubled souls and sleepless nights. She was a round, comfortable-looking hobbit, with silver hair braided neatly around her head, and eyes that seemed to see more than most folk could manage. Those eyes took in Rowan's haggard appearance, the dark circles beneath his eyes, the slight tremor in his hands, and the way he held himself, as if the very weight of wakefulness was crushing him down. "Come in, dear boy," she said, her voice like honey stirred into warm tea. "You look as though you have been walking through a storm for days on end." She stepped aside, and Rowan entered the hobbit hole, immediately enveloped by warmth and the most wonderful scents he had ever encountered. There was lavender, yes, but also something else, something that smelled of summer afternoons and peaceful twilights, of rain on garden soil and fresh baked bread cooling on a windowsill. The very air seemed designed to soothe, to calm, to invite rest. The interior of Primrose's home was unlike any hobbit hole Rowan had seen. The walls were painted in soft shades of blue and green, colours that reminded him of the sky just before full dark, and the moss that grew on the north side of old oaks. Dried herbs hung from the ceiling beams, creating a canopy of gentle fragrance. The furniture was old but well kept, each piece seeming to invite one to sit, to stay, to let go of whatever burdens one carried. A large fireplace dominated one wall, and above it hung a curious collection of objects: smooth river stones, bundles of wheat tied with ribbon, small bells that chimed softly in the draught from the chimney, and what appeared to be a dream catcher, woven from willow branches and spider silk. Primrose guided Rowan to a chair beside the fire and pressed a cup of tea into his hands before he could protest. "Drink," she instructed gently. "It will help settle you, though I suspect settling is something you have not managed in quite some time." Rowan sipped the tea obediently. It was warm and slightly sweet, with flavours he could not quite identify, but that seemed to unknot something tight in his chest. He had not realised how tense he had been holding himself until that moment, until the warmth of the tea and the comfort of the chair began to work their quiet magic. "Now then," Primrose said, settling herself in a chair opposite him with her own cup of tea, "tell me everything, from the very beginning, and leave nothing out, no matter how strange or foolish it might seem. The old tales teach us that the details we think unimportant are often the very keys to understanding the whole." And so Rowan told her. He told her about the gathering at the Took Hall, about the full moon and the orange light it had cast over the fields. He told her about the singing he had heard, about how it had pulled him toward the burial mounds despite every sensible instinct telling him to hurry home. He described the blue lights, the faces in the darkness, and the words spoken in that ancient, incomprehensible tongue that had somehow made perfect sense to him in that moment. As he spoke, Primrose listened without interruption, her face growing more serious with each detail. When he finished, when he had described the sleepless nights and the constant pull back to that terrible evening, she sat in silence for a long moment, her fingers drumming thoughtfully against her teacup. The fire crackled in the hearth, and somewhere in the rafters, a cricket began its evening song. Finally, she spoke, her voice low and thoughtful. "You have heard the singing of the Barrow Wights," she said, and there was no judgment in her tone, only a kind of sad understanding. "They are old, Rowan. Older than the Shire, older perhaps than the memory of hobbits in this land. They were men once, or so the eldest tales say, great lords and ladies who were buried with honour in ages long past. But something happened. Something that bound them to their graves and twisted their rest into endless waking. Now they sing to the living, trying to share their burden, trying to draw others into the darkness so they might not be alone. Rowan felt his blood run cold. "Am I cursed, then?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Am I to become like them, trapped between waking and sleeping, neither alive nor properly dead?" Primrose reached across and patted his hand, her touch warm and reassuring. "No, dear boy, you are not cursed, not in the way you fear. But you have been touched by their song, and that touch has opened something in you, something that makes it difficult for you to find the path to true rest. Sleep, you see, is not simply the absence of wakefulness. It is a journey, a crossing from one realm to another, and you must know the way to make that crossing safely." She stood then, moving to a large wooden chest that sat beneath one of the round windows. From it, she drew out a quilt unlike any Rowan had ever seen. It was stitched with patterns that seemed to shift in the firelight, with images of stars and moons, of roads winding through peaceful countryside, of rivers flowing gently to the sea. "This," Primrose said, spreading the quilt across her lap, "is a dream quilt. It has been in my family for 7 generations, and each generation has added to it, stitching in their own paths to sleep, their own maps to the land of rest. Tonight, you will sleep beneath this quilt, and I will teach you the old songs, the ones my grandmother taught me, the ones that show a soul how to find its way home to sleep." "But what if the Barrow Wights call to me again?" Rowan asked, fear making his voice shake. Primrose smiled, a knowing, gentle smile that seemed to hold centuries of wisdom. "Then you will have the strength to answer them, or to refuse them, as you choose. That is what we shall work toward, young Rowan, not to block out their voices entirely, for that is beyond even my skill, but to give you the power to hear them without being drawn into their sorrow. You will learn to be the master of your own sleep, the keeper of your own dreams, and no ancient voice, however compelling, will be able to steal that from you." That first night at Primrose's home, Rowan was given a small room at the back of the Hobbit hole. The room was simple but welcoming, with whitewashed walls and a window that looked out over a garden where moonflowers bloomed silver in the darkness. The bed was piled high with pillows stuffed with dried herbs, and over it all, Primrose spread the dream quilt. As she tucked it around him, she began to sing, her voice low and rhythmic, like water over stones or wind through wheat fields. The song had no words that Rowan could understand, but it did not need them. It spoke directly to something deep within him, something that had been crying out for rest since that night at the Barrow Mounds. Sleep came, not in the violent, jerking way it had been coming these past months, but gently, like slipping into warm water. And for the first time since his encounter with the Barrow Wights, Rowan slept without nightmares. He dreamed, instead of walking through a peaceful countryside where the sun was always golden and warm, where streams bubbled with crystal clarity, and where every path led somewhere safe and welcoming. When he woke the next morning, tears were streaming down his face, for he had forgotten what true rest felt like, and the relief of it was almost too much to bear. Over the days that followed, Primrose began Rowan's education in the art of sleep. Each morning they would rise with the sun and tend to her garden together. "This is where it all begins," she would say, her hands deep in the rich earth, as she showed him which herbs promoted rest and which chased away dark dreams. "The chamomile must be picked at dawn, when the dew is still upon it, for that is when it holds the most potent medicine for troubled minds. The lavender should be harvested just as the flowers open, not before and not after, for timing is everything in the craft of peaceful sleep." She taught him to make teas and tinctures, to blend scents that would calm the mind and prepare the body for rest. She showed him how to recognize the difference between true exhaustion and the false wakefulness that came from anxiety and fear. "Your body knows how to sleep, Rowan," she would tell him as they worked. "It has known since before you were born, since before your mother was born, since the very beginning of all living things. What we are doing here is not teaching your body something new, but rather removing the obstacles that keep it from doing what it naturally wishes to do." In the afternoons, they would sit by the fire, and Primrose would tell him stories. These were not the exciting tales of adventures and dragons that hobbits usually enjoyed, but quieter stories, older stories, tales of the Shire in times long past when hobbits first came to these lands and learned to live in harmony with the earth. and its rhythms. She told him about the seasons, about how all living things had their times of waking and their times of rest, and how this was not weakness, but wisdom. Even the great oak trees sleep in winter, she said. Even the mighty Brandywine River rests beneath its ice. There is no shame in rest, Rowan. There is only strength in knowing when it is time to let go and trust that the world will continue without your constant vigilance. But the most important lessons came in the evenings, as darkness fell and the first stars began to appear. It was then that Primrose would teach Rowan the songs, the ancient lullabies that had been passed down through generations of Burrow's women. These songs were in the old tongue, the language that hobbits had spoken before they came to the Shire, and each one was a kind of map, a guide to finding one's way into sleep. There was a song for when the mind was too busy with worries, a song for when the body was tense with anxiety, a song for when grief kept one from rest, and a song for when outside forces, like the voices of Barrow Wights, tried to pull a soul away from its natural need for peace. Primrose would sing each song many times, until Rowan could hum along, until the words began to settle into his bones, like the rhythms of his own heartbeat. Some nights, she would have him practice on his own, lying in bed with the dream quilt wrapped around him, singing softly to himself until sleep came. Other nights, she would sit beside him, her hand on his shoulder, adding her voice to his until the two melodies twined together like vines growing toward the sun. As the days turned into weeks, Rowan began to change. The hollows beneath his eyes filled in, and colour returned to his cheeks. His hands stopped trembling, and his laugh, which had been absent for so long, came back, tentative at first but growing stronger with each passing day. He found that he could eat again without his stomach churning, that he could walk through the Shire without the constant weight of exhaustion pressing down upon him. More importantly, he found that he could sleep, truly sleep, without fear of what might come in the darkness. But Primrose knew, as Rowan did not yet, that the true test was still to come, for the songs of the Barrow Wights were powerful, and they did not easily release those they had touched. One evening, as autumn deepened and the first frost began to silver the grass in the mornings, Primrose called Rowan to sit with her by the fire. She had been quieter than usual that day, and Rowan had noticed her glancing at him with a thoughtful expression, as if weighing something important in her mind. Now, as the firelight danced across her face, she reached over and took his hand, her grip warm and steady. "The time has come," she said softly, "for you to face what you have been running from." Rowan felt his stomach clench with sudden fear. He had been so comfortable these past weeks, so safe in Primrose's hobbit hole with its herb bundles and dream quilts and songs that guided him gently into sleep. He had almost forgotten about the Barrow Wights, about that terrible night that had started all his troubles. Almost, but not quite, for in the deepest part of his mind, he could still hear that strange, sorrowful singing, faint and distant, but never entirely gone. "What do you mean?" he asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Primrose squeezed his hand gently. "The Barrow Wights still call to you, Rowan. You have learned to ignore their voices, to find sleep despite them, but they have not released their claim upon you. Until you face them directly, until you answer their call on your own terms rather than being dragged into their world against your will, you will never be truly free. Their song will always be there, a shadow at the edge of your rest, waiting for a moment of weakness to pull you back." Rowan swallowed hard, his mouth suddenly dry. "You want me to go back to the mounds? To go back to where it all began?" The thought filled him with dread, with a fear so deep it seemed to reach into his very bones. Primrose nodded slowly. "Yes, but not alone, and not unprepared. Tomorrow night, when the moon is dark and the Barrow Wight's power is at its weakest, we will go together. I will teach you the final song, the one that has been passed down from my grandmother's grandmother, the song that allows one to walk among the ancient dead without being claimed by them. With this song, you will be able to hear their sorrow without being dragged into it, to acknowledge their pain without making it your own." That night, Rowan barely slept, despite all of Primrose's teachings and the comfort of the dream quilt. His mind raced with possibilities, with fears of what might happen when he returned to those mounds. Would the Barrow Wights be angry that he had escaped their initial pull? Would they try even harder to claim him this time? And what if Primrose's song was not enough? What if he was drawn down into darkness and ancient earth, never to return to the sunlit world of the Shire. But when morning came and he rose with the sun to help Primrose in her garden, he found his resolve strengthening. He had come too far to turn back now. He had learned too much, grown too strong in his understanding of sleep and rest, and the natural rhythms of life and death. If facing the Barrow Wights was what he needed to do to be truly free, then face them he would. Primrose spent the day preparing him. She brewed a special tea, stronger than any she had given him before, made from herbs she had been saving for just such an occasion. "This will protect your mind," she explained, as she poured the steaming liquid into a cup. "It will keep you grounded in the present moment, connected to the living world, even when the voices of the dead try to pull you into their timeless realm." She also gave him a small sachet to hang around his neck, filled with protective herbs, salt from the sea that was said to lie far to the west, and a single hair from her own head. "My grandmother gave me this recipe," she said, as she tied the sachet's cord. "It has protected 7 generations of Burrow's women when they walked in dangerous places. It will protect you, too." As evening approached, Primrose wrapped Rowan in a travelling cloak and handed him a walking stick made from rowan wood. "Your namesake tree," she said with a smile. "Rowan has always been known to protect travellers from dark magic and ill intentions. Carry it with confidence, and remember everything I have taught you." Then, as the last light faded from the sky and the stars began to appear one by one, she began to teach him the final song. This song was different from all the others. It was not gentle or soothing, but strong and clear, a song of assertion rather than submission, of boundaries rather than surrender. It spoke of the right of the living to walk in the world of the waking, of the necessity of rest, but also of the necessity of waking again. It was a song that honored the dead without being claimed by them, that acknowledged sorrow without drowning in it. Primrose sang it through 3 times, and each time Rowan joined her, his voice growing stronger and more confident with each repetition. When they finally set out into the night, walking the familiar paths toward the Tooklands and the ancient burial mounds that stood at their edge, Rowan found that he was not as frightened as he had expected to be. Oh, the fear was there, certainly, a cold knot in his stomach that tightened with each step closer to their destination. But it was not the overwhelming, paralyzing terror he had felt before. It was a manageable fear, one he could walk alongside rather than being consumed by. The night was dark, the moon hidden by clouds, and the only light came from the lantern Primrose carried. Its warm glow pushed back the shadows, creating a circle of safety around them as they walked. The burial mounds rose before them like sleeping giants, dark shapes against the darker sky. They were older than memory. These mounds, older than the Shire itself, built by hands long turned to dust in an age when the world was young and different. Grass grew thick upon them now, and wildflowers bloomed there in spring, but there was something about their shape, their presence, that spoke of sorrow and loss and things that should have been forgotten but somehow persisted. As they approached, Rowan felt the familiar pull, that strange compulsion that had drawn him here months ago. But this time, armed with Primrose's teachings and the song humming in his heart, he could feel it for what it truly was. It was not malicious, he realized with sudden clarity. It was lonely. The Barrow Wights were not trying to harm him out of cruelty, but rather reaching out in desperation, like drowning souls grasping for anything that might save them from their endless isolation. "Do you hear them?" Primrose asked softly, and Rowan nodded. "Yes," he whispered. "They are singing. It is the same song I heard before, but now I can understand it better. They are singing of loss, of being trapped between worlds, neither fully dead nor able to return to life. They are singing of the loneliness of centuries, of watching the world change while they remain frozen in their graves." Primrose placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "That is the burden they carry, and it is a heavy one, but it is not yours to bear, Rowan. You can feel compassion for them without joining them in their sorrow. That is what the song I taught you will help you do. Now, are you ready?" Rowan took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the rowan wood walking stick in his hand, the protective sachet against his chest, and the warmth of Primrose's presence beside him. He was as ready as he would ever be. Together, they stepped forward, crossing the invisible boundary between the ordinary world and the space where the Barrow Wights held sway. Immediately, the temperature dropped, and a mist began to rise from the ground, cold and clinging. The singing grew louder, no longer a distant whisper but a chorus of voices, each one carrying its own particular shade of sorrow. Rowan saw them then, the blue lights he had seen before, dancing between the mounds like fallen stars, and within those lights he glimpsed faces, beautiful and terrible, young and old, all frozen in expressions of longing and loss. One of the barrow wights drifted closer, and Rowan could see that it had once been a woman, tall and proud, with hair that flowed like water, even though no wind moved it. Her eyes were ancient beyond measure, filled with a sadness that made Rowan's heart ache. She reached out toward him, her hand pale and translucent, and he felt the pull, the invitation to join her, to lay down his burdens and rest in the earth forever. But Rowan did not move. Instead, he began to sing. His voice was shaky at first, uncertain, but as the words of Primrose's song left his lips, he felt strength flowing into him. The song acknowledged the barrow wight's pain, honoured her sorrow, but also firmly declared his right to remain among the living. He sang of boundaries and respect, of the natural order that separated the worlds of the living and the dead. He sang of compassion without surrender, of understanding without becoming entangled. The barrow wight paused, her hand hovering in the air between them. For a long moment, she simply stared at him, and Rowan thought he saw something shift in those ancient eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or maybe surprise. Then, slowly, she began to withdraw. Other barrow wights emerged from their mounds, drawn by Rowan's song, and they too listened with expressions that seemed almost grateful, as if they had been waiting centuries for someone to truly hear them without being destroyed by what they heard. Primrose joined her voice to Rowan's, and the two songs intertwined, creating a harmony that seemed to fill the night air. The mist began to glow with a softer light, and the cold that had pressed down upon them eased slightly. The barrow wights did not leave, but they stopped reaching, stopped pulling. Instead, they simply listened, and in their listening, Rowan could feel their burden lighten ever so slightly. They had been heard, they had been acknowledged, and that, it seemed, was all they had truly wanted. As the song drew to a close, the woman who had first approached Rowan bowed her head in what might have been gratitude or farewell. Then, like smoke dispersing in wind, she faded back into her mound. One by one, the other barrow wights followed, their blue lights dimming until the night was dark once more. The singing did not stop entirely, but it changed, becoming softer, less urgent, more like a lullaby than a desperate call. Primrose squeezed Rowan's hand. "You did well," she said, her voice filled with pride. "You faced them with courage and compassion, and you held your ground. They will not trouble you again, not in the way they did before. You may still hear their song from time to time, but it will be like hearing wind in trees or rain on a roof, something that exists in the world but does not control you." Rowan felt tears running down his cheeks, but they were not tears of fear. They were tears of release, of a burden finally lifted. He had carried the weight of that first encounter for so long, had let it steal his sleep and his peace. But now, standing here among the ancient mounds with Primrose beside him and the song still humming in his heart, he felt free. They walked back to Primrose's hobbit hole in comfortable silence, the lantern light swaying gently as they made their way along the familiar paths. The night seemed softer now, less threatening, and Rowan found himself noticing things he had been too frightened to see on the way there. The way the stars reflected in puddles left by afternoon rain, the sound of a nightingale singing somewhere in the hedgerows, the sweet scent of honeysuckle that still bloomed late in the gardens they passed. The world felt more alive, more present, and Rowan realized that this was what it meant to be truly awake, not the desperate, exhausted wakefulness he had known these past months, but a clear and peaceful awareness of the beauty that surrounded him. When they reached the hobbit hole, Primrose put the kettle on for tea, as she always did, and they sat by the fire while the water heated. Rowan felt a deep weariness settling over him, but it was a good weariness, the kind that came from honest effort and meaningful work rather than from fighting against sleep. "How do you feel?" Primrose asked, studying his face in the firelight. "Different," Rowan replied, searching for the right words. "Lighter, somehow, as if I have been carrying a great weight and have finally been allowed to set it down. I can still hear their singing, but it is distant now, and it does not frighten me. It makes me sad, yes, but it is a gentle sadness, like thinking of an old friend who has passed on, not the terrible, dragging sorrow that used to consume me. Primrose nodded, pleased. That is exactly as it should be. You have learned something very important tonight, Rowan. You have learned that acknowledging pain does not mean being destroyed by it, that you can witness sorrow without drowning in it. This is a lesson that will serve you well, not just in matters of sleep, but in all areas of your life. She poured the tea, and they drank in companionable silence, the herbs working their gentle magic, preparing Rowan's body and mind for the rest that would soon come. That night, as Rowan lay beneath the dream quilt in his small room, he felt sleep approaching like an old friend rather than an enemy to be feared. The songs Primrose had taught him hummed softly in his mind, not loud enough to keep him awake, but present enough to guide him gently into dreams. When sleep finally came, it was deep and peaceful, and he dreamed of walking through golden fields where the wheat grew tall and the sun was warm. In his dream, he could still hear the distant singing of the barrow wights, but it was part of the landscape now, like birdsong, or the rustle of wind through grass, something that added to the richness of the world rather than detracting from it. He woke the next morning feeling more rested than he had in months, perhaps more rested than he had ever felt in his life. The sun was streaming through his window, painting golden squares on the wooden floor, and he could hear Primrose moving about in the kitchen, humming one of her old songs as she prepared breakfast. Rowan stretched, marveling at how good it felt to wake naturally, without fear or dread, to simply open his eyes and be grateful for the new day. Over breakfast, Primrose told him stories of other hobbits who had come to her over the years, seeking help with their sleep troubles. There was old Odo Proudfoot, who had been plagued by nightmares after witnessing a terrible storm that destroyed half the crops in his fields. There was young Poppy Greenhill, who had developed such anxiety about sleep that she would pace her hobbit hole all night, rather than lie down. And there was Milo Bracegirdle, who had convinced himself that if he fell asleep, he would never wake up again. Each of them had found their way to Primrose's door, and each of them had learned, as Rowan had learned, that sleep was not something to be feared, but rather a gift to be received with gratitude. As Primrose spoke, Rowan realized that his experience, while frightening and difficult, had taught him something precious. He had learned to face his fears rather than running from them. He had learned that healing often required walking toward pain rather than away from it, and he had learned that he was stronger than he had ever imagined, capable of holding space for sorrow without being consumed by it. These were lessons that would serve him well for the rest of his life. The weeks that followed were peaceful ones. Rowan continued to stay with Primrose, not because he needed to anymore, but because he wanted to learn more from her. She taught him how to make the special teas and tinctures, how to harvest herbs at the proper times, how to recognize when someone was truly tired versus when they were avoiding sleep out of fear. She taught him the old songs, all of them, not just the ones for battling barrow wights, but also the gentle lullabies for children, the chants for easing grief, and the melodies that helped the elderly transition peacefully when their time came to leave the world. Rowan discovered that he had a gift for this work, a natural empathy and understanding that made people feel safe in his presence. Hobbits began seeking him out, asking for his help with their own sleep troubles, and he found great satisfaction in being able to offer them the same kindness and wisdom that Primrose had shown him. Under her guidance, he began to develop his own methods, his own variations on the old songs, adapting them to suit different temperaments and different kinds of troubles. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves were turning brilliant shades of gold and crimson, a messenger arrived at Primrose's door. It was a young hobbit lass from Michel Delving, breathless from running, her face flushed with urgency. She brought news that the mayor's youngest grandson, a lad of only 8 years, had not slept properly in a fortnight. The child woke screaming every night, claiming that shadows with reaching hands crawled across his bedroom walls. The family had tried everything: warm milk and extra candles, sleeping with the door open, and even moving the child to different rooms, but nothing had worked. The mayor himself was asking if Primrose might come and see what could be done. Primrose listened to the messenger's tale, then turned to Rowan with a thoughtful expression. "What do you think, my boy?" she asked. "Are you ready to help someone on your own? I am growing old, and these journeys to Michel Delving are harder on my bones than they once were. Perhaps it is time for you to carry the knowledge forward, to begin your own work as a keeper of dreams." Rowan felt a flutter of nervousness in his chest, but also excitement. He had been learning from Primrose for months now, absorbing her teachings like dry earth, soaking up rain. He had helped her with several other hobbits who had come seeking aid, always under her watchful guidance. But to go alone, to be solely responsible for helping this frightened child, that was something different entirely. Yet, as he looked at Primrose's encouraging smile and remembered how lost he had been before she had helped him, Rowan found his courage. "Yes," he said firmly, "I am ready. I will help the mayor's grandson." Primrose nodded approvingly and spent the rest of the afternoon preparing him. She packed a bag with herbs and tinctures, with sachets and small vials of oils that promoted calm and peaceful rest. She wrote out instructions for various remedies, explaining when each should be used and in what quantities. Most importantly, she reminded him of the fundamental truth that underlay all her teachings. "Remember, Rowan," she said, as she placed her weathered hands on his shoulders, "sleep is natural. It is the body's way of healing, the mind's way of processing all that happens in the waking world. When someone cannot sleep, it is not because they have lost the ability, but because something is blocking the natural path to rest. Your job is not to force sleep upon them, but to help them remove whatever obstacle stands in their way." Rowan set out the next morning with his bag of supplies and his rowanwood walking stick. The journey to Michael Delving took most of the day, and he used the time to think about what he had learned, to rehearse the songs in his mind, to prepare himself for whatever he might find. When he arrived at the mayor's grand hobbit hole, with its blue door and brass fittings, he was greeted warmly and led immediately to meet the troubled child. The boy's name was Pippin, and he was a small, thin lad with enormous eyes that held the exhausted, hunted look that Rowan remembered all too well from his own reflection in those dark months. The child's mother hovered nearby, wringing her hands, while the mayor himself stood in the doorway looking worried and helpless. Rowan asked to speak with Pippin alone, and though the parents were reluctant, they eventually agreed and left the two of them in the boy's bedroom. Rowan sat down on the floor beside the bed, making himself small and unthreatening, and simply waited. For a long while, Pippin said nothing, but eventually, as children often do when they sense genuine interest and safety, he began to talk. He told Rowan about the shadows he saw, about how they seemed to have fingers that reached toward him in the darkness. He told him about how he was afraid to close his eyes, afraid that the shadows would touch him if he let his guard down even for a moment. As the boy spoke, Rowan listened carefully, not just to the words, but to what lay beneath them. He heard fear, certainly, but also something else. He heard a child who had been told, perhaps too often, about the dangers that existed beyond the Shire's borders. He heard a boy who had overheard adult conversations about troubling events and had tried to make sense of them with a young mind not yet equipped to process such things. The shadows on the wall were not spirits or magic, Rowan realized. They were the physical manifestation of fears that had nowhere else to go, anxieties that played out in the space between waking and sleeping. Rowan began his work gently. He taught Pippin a simple breathing exercise, showing him how to slow his breath and calm his racing heart. He helped the boy identify which thoughts were helping him and which were making his fear worse. Together, they rearranged the furniture in the room, moving the bed to a different position where the shadows fell differently. Rowan hung a small sachet of lavender and chamomile near the pillow and placed a smooth river stone, blessed by Primrose years ago, on the nightstand. "This stone has been touched by flowing water for 100 years, Rowan told the boy. "It carries the memory of that endless movement, that constant change. When you hold it, remember that nothing stays the same forever, not even fear. Shadows come and shadows go, just like the water in a river, and you are like the stone, solid and strong, unchanged by their passing." But most importantly, Rowan taught Pippin a song. It was a simple melody, one that even a young child could remember, with words about being safe and protected, about the natural cycle of day and night, about how darkness was not something to fear, but simply the world resting. Rowan sang the song with Pippin 3 times, until the boy could sing it on his own, his small voice growing more confident with each repetition. Then Rowan made the child a promise. "Tonight, I will sleep in the room next door," he said. "If you wake and feel frightened, you can call for me, and I will come. You are not alone in this, Pippin. Sometimes the bravest thing we can do is ask for help when we need it." The boy nodded, clearly comforted by this assurance, and as evening fell and it came time for bed, he climbed under his covers with less resistance than he had shown in many nights. Rowan sat with him until his breathing deepened, and sleep finally claimed him. Then he quietly left the room, keeping the door slightly ajar so he could hear if the child called out. True to his word, Rowan spent the night in the guest room next door, sleeping lightly, ready to respond if needed. Twice during the night, he heard Pippin stir and begin to whimper, but each time, before the whimper could turn into a full scream, the boy began to sing the song Rowan had taught him. The singing soothed him back into deeper sleep, and by morning, Pippin had slept through more hours than he had managed in a fortnight. The mayor and his family were overjoyed. The change in the child was remarkable. His eyes were brighter, his movements less jerky and anxious. He ate breakfast with good appetite and even laughed at his grandfather's jokes, something he had not done in weeks. The mayor tried to press gold upon Rowan as payment, but Rowan refused, asking only for a small donation of dried foods to replenish Primrose's stores. "This is not work I do for coin," he explained. "It is work I do because I understand what it means to be trapped in fear, unable to rest. If I can help others find their way back to peace, that is payment enough." Before he left Michel Delving, Rowan spent one more evening with Pippin, reinforcing the lessons they had learned together. He reminded the boy that the shadows were just shadows, that fear was a feeling that could be acknowledged and then released, and that he had the power within himself to find calm, even in darkness. He also spoke with Pippin's parents, gently suggesting that they might be more careful about what conversations the child overheard, explaining how young minds could turn adult worries into nighttime terrors. The parents, sheepish but grateful, promised to be more mindful. As Rowan walked home to Bywater, his heart was full. He had done it. He had helped someone, truly helped them, using the knowledge and skills Primrose had passed on to him. The weight of responsibility had been heavy, but he had carried it well, and now he felt the satisfaction of work well done. The autumn sun was warm on his back, and the road stretched before him, familiar and welcoming. He found himself humming one of Primrose's old songs, the melody rising and falling with his footsteps. When he arrived back at Primrose's hobbit hole, she was waiting for him with tea already brewed and a knowing smile on her face. She did not need to ask how things had gone. She could see it in the way he carried himself, in the light that had returned to his eyes. "You did well," she said simply, and those 3 words meant more to Rowan than all the mayor's gold could have. They sat together by the fire, and Rowan told her everything that had happened. Primrose listened carefully, occasionally nodding or asking a question, and when he finished, she reached over and patted his hand. "You have found your calling, Rowan Took," she said. "You have a gift for this work, a natural understanding of the paths between waking and sleeping, and the compassion needed to guide others along those paths. I am proud of you, my boy." The seasons continued their eternal dance. Autumn deepened into winter, and winter eventually gave way to the first green shoots of spring. Rowan remained with Primrose, continuing to learn from her vast stores of knowledge, but also beginning to develop his own methods and insights. Word of his success with the mayor's grandson spread through the Shire, and soon other hobbits were seeking him out. Some came with nightmares, others with insomnia, still others with fears and anxieties that prevented rest. Each case was different, each required its own particular approach, but Rowan found that the fundamental principles Primrose had taught him applied to all of them. Listen carefully, show compassion, help them remove the obstacles to their natural ability to sleep, trust in the wisdom of the body, and the healing power of rest. One warm spring evening, as apple blossoms perfumed the air and the last light of day painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, Primrose called Rowan to sit with her in the garden. She had been quieter lately, moving more slowly, and Rowan had noticed that she tired more easily than before. Now, as they sat among her herb beds, with the sound of bees humming lazily around them, she took his hand and spoke words he had been half expecting, but still was not quite ready to hear. "My time as the keeper of dreams is coming to an end," she said gently. "I can feel it in my bones, in the way sleep calls to me more insistently each day. Soon I will take my final rest, and when I do, this work will pass to you." Rowan felt tears prick his eyes, but he did not try to hide them. Primrose had taught him that tears were natural, that grief and love were 2 sides of the same coin, and that there was no shame in feeling deeply. "But you have so much more to teach me," he protested softly. "There is still so much I do not know." Primrose smiled, the expression gentle and wise. "You know more than you think, my dear boy. You have learned the songs, the remedies, the art of listening, and the importance of compassion. The rest you will learn by doing, by helping others, and allowing each person you help to teach you something new. That is how I learned from my grandmother, and how she learned from hers. The knowledge is not meant to be hoarded, but shared. Not meant to be perfect, but living and growing with each generation. They sat together in the garden until the stars began to appear, one by one, like candles being lit in the vast darkness above. Primrose spoke of her own teacher, of the first time she had helped someone find sleep, of the mistakes she had made and the lessons she had learned. She spoke of the responsibility that came with this gift, the weight of knowing that people depended on you for something as fundamental as rest. But she also spoke of the joy, the deep satisfaction of seeing someone find peace after long suffering, of knowing that your work made the world just a little bit softer, a little bit kinder. In the weeks that followed, Primrose began giving Rowan more of her treasures. She gave him the dream quilt, carefully folding it and explaining which stitches had been added by which ancestor. She gave him the recipes for her most potent teas and the locations of the secret places where the rarest herbs could be found. She gave him the small bells that hung above her fireplace and the smooth river stones that had been blessed by 7 generations of Burrow's women. Most precious of all, she gave him the book in which she had recorded every person she had helped, every remedy she had tried, every song she had learned. "This is your inheritance," she said, placing the worn leather volume in his hands. "Not gold or land, but knowledge and purpose. Use it well." Summer came, warm and golden, and Primrose grew weaker. She spent more time resting, though she never complained. When hobbits came seeking help, Rowan tended to them while Primrose offered gentle guidance from her chair by the fire. She was teaching him still, he realized, showing him how to face the end of life with grace and acceptance, how death itself was simply another kind of rest, the final sleep from which one woke, in a different place entirely. One evening in late summer, as the crickets sang their evening chorus and the smell of honeysuckle drifted through the open windows, Primrose called Rowan to her bedside. "It is time," she said simply, her voice soft but clear. "I am ready for my final rest, and I wish to take it while you are here beside me." Rowan felt his heart break and mend in the same moment. He wanted to protest, to beg her to stay, but he knew that would be selfish. Instead, he took her hand and asked what she needed. "Sing to me," she requested. "Sing the old songs, the ones I taught you when you first came here, frightened and unable to sleep. Let me hear them one last time, and let them guide me home." And so Rowan sang. He sang the lullabies and the gentle melodies that mapped the pathways to rest. He sang of peaceful meadows and quiet streams, of starlight and moonbeams, of safety and comfort and the natural rhythm of all living things. His voice was strong and clear, though tears ran down his cheeks, and as he sang, he watched Primrose's face grow peaceful and serene. She smiled at him, her eyes full of love and pride. "You will do well," she whispered. "You will help so many," Rowan took. "Remember what I taught you? Remember that sleep is a gift, not a battle, and that everyone deserves to rest in peace." Her breathing grew slower, deeper, more rhythmic, and Rowan continued to sing, his voice carrying her gently across the threshold between waking and sleeping, between life and whatever lay beyond. When her breathing finally stilled and her hand grew cool in his, Rowan did not stop singing immediately. He finished the song, giving her the same respect and care she had given to so many others. Then he sat in silence, holding her hand, feeling the weight of his grief, but also the gratitude for having known her, for having been taught by her, for having been loved by her. The funeral was held 3 days later, and it seemed as though half the Shire came to pay their respects. Hobbits from Hobbiton and Michel Delving, from Bywater and Frogmorton, from the Greenhill country, and even from as far away as Buckland, they all came to honour Primrose Burrows, the keeper of dreams who had helped so many find peace. They shared stories of how she had helped them or their families, of the gentle wisdom she had dispensed, along with her teas and songs. Rowan listened to each tale, storing them away in his memory, adding them to the legacy he now carried. After the funeral, after the last guest had departed, and the hobbit hole had grown quiet again, Rowan stood in the garden where he and Primrose had spent so many peaceful evenings. The herbs she had planted continued to grow, the bees continued their work, and the stars continued their eternal dance across the night sky. Everything went on, just as she had taught him it would. Life and death, waking and sleeping, joy and sorrow, they were all part of the same great cycle, and each had its proper place and time. Rowan did not leave Primrose's hobbit hole. It became his own, as was proper, for the Keeper of Dreams needed a place where troubled souls could come seeking rest. He tended her gardens with the same love and care she had shown, harvesting herbs at the proper times, drying them in bundles that hung from the ceiling beams, and brewing teas that carried the same gentle magic hers had held. The dream quilt lay across his own bed now, and on nights when sleep eluded him, which happened less and less as time passed, he would wrap himself in its familiar comfort and remember all that Primrose had taught him. Word spread quickly that Rowan Took had taken up Primrose's mantle, and soon hobbits began arriving at his door just as they had once arrived at hers. He welcomed each one with the same kindness she had shown him, listening to their troubles without judgment, offering remedies and songs and the reassurance that sleep was not lost to them, only temporarily hidden behind obstacles that could be moved. Some came with nightmares like young Pippin had suffered. Others came with worries that kept their minds racing through the night hours. Still others came with griefs too heavy to carry into dreams, losses that made rest feel like betrayal of those they mourned. To each, Rowan brought his gifts. He had learned from Primrose, yes, but he had also learned from his own suffering, from his encounter with the Barrow Wights, from the long months of sleeplessness that had nearly broken him. He understood, in a way that only someone who had walked through that particular darkness could understand, what it meant to be desperate for rest. He knew the fear that came with closing one's eyes, the dread of what dreams might bring, the exhaustion that went bone deep and yet could not find release in sleep. And because he knew these things, because he had lived them, he could offer more than remedies. He could offer true understanding. The seasons turned, as they always do in the Shire. Spring became summer, summer faded into autumn, and autumn gave way to winter's cold embrace. Through it all, Rowan continued his work, becoming known throughout the land as a healer of sleep, a guide to those who had lost their way in the realm of dreams. He added his own discoveries to Primrose's book, recording new songs he composed and new remedies he developed. He found that singing helped some people, while silence helped others, that some needed darkness to sleep, while others required a small light burning. Each person was different. Each required their own particular path to rest, and Rowan learned to read those needs with growing skill and intuition. He never forgot the Barrow Wights. Sometimes, on dark nights when the moon was new, he would walk out to the burial mounds and stand there quietly, listening to their distant singing. It no longer frightened him. Instead, he felt a kind of kinship with them, with their endless wakefulness, their inability to find the rest they so desperately craved. He would sing to them sometimes, the song Primrose had taught him, offering them what comfort he could. They did not respond, but he felt their attention, their gratitude perhaps, and it seemed to him that their singing grew slightly less sorrowful on those nights. Years passed, and Rowan's reputation grew. Hobbits spoke of him in the same reverent tones they had once used for Primrose. Parents brought their children to him when nightmares troubled them. The elderly came when age made sleep fitful and uncertain. Even hobbits who had no particular trouble with sleep would visit sometimes, simply to purchase his teas or to learn the songs that promoted peaceful rest. Rowan welcomed them all, never turning anyone away, always offering what help he could. He thought often of Primrose, of course, especially on quiet evenings when he sat in her chair by the fire with a cup of chamomile tea steaming gently in his hands. He could almost hear her voice, humming one of the old songs, almost see her sitting across from him with that knowing smile. She had given him so much more than remedies and songs. She had given him purpose, had shown him that his suffering need not be meaningless, that it could be transformed into something beautiful and useful. She had taught him that sometimes the greatest gifts came wrapped in the strangest packages, that his encounter with the Barrow Wights, terrible as it had been, had prepared him for this work in ways that nothing else could have. And so the tale comes to its ending, dear listener. Though of course it is not truly an ending, but rather a continuation. For even now, in that quiet hobbit hole in Bywater, Rowan Took continues his work as the Keeper of Dreams. The herbs still grow in the garden, the teas still brew on the hearth, the songs still echo softly through the rooms, guiding troubled souls toward peaceful rest. And should you ever find yourself in the Shire, Unable to sleep, plagued by nightmares or worries or the strange voices of things that should sleep but do not, you need only make your way to that round green door in Bywater. There you will find Rowan waiting with gentle understanding, with remedies tried and true, and with songs as old as the Shire itself. He will welcome you in. He will listen to your troubles. He will brew you tea and teach you the old lullabies. And when you finally drift into sleep, wrapped in the dream quilt that has comforted 7 generations of troubled souls, you will understand what Primrose taught and what Rowan learned. That sleep is not something to be feared or fought, but rather a gift to be received with gratitude. That rest is natural and necessary and good, and that even in the darkest night, when ancient sorrows sing and shadows seem to reach with grasping fingers, there is always a path back to peace, a way to find the gentle shore of sleep once more. So rest now, dear listener. Let your eyes grow heavy and your breathing slow. Let the worries of the day drift away like morning mist. The Keeper of Dreams watches over you, and all is well in the Shire, now and always. Story 2. In the gentlest corner of the Shire, where the Bywater Road curves past meadows thick with clover, and the afternoon sun filters through apple trees heavy with fruit, there stood a particularly snug hobbit hole known to all as Honeycomb Hall. It was called such not for any architectural peculiarity, but because its master, a kindly hobbit named Merrimack Honeybourne, kept the most remarkable collection of beehives in all the 4 farthings. The round green door of Honeycomb Hall was painted the colour of fresh cream, and upon it hung a brass knocker, shaped like an industrious bee, polished so bright it caught the sunlight and sent little golden reflections dancing across the garden path. Merrimack Honeybourne was a bachelor hobbit of middle years, comfortable in his ways and content with his simple life. His days followed a pleasant rhythm, as steady as the seasons themselves. Each morning he would rise with the dawn, put the kettle on for his first cup of tea, and step outside to greet his bees. He spoke to them as one might speak to old friends, inquiring after their health and thanking them for their labours. The bees, for their part, seemed to understand him perfectly well, for they never stung him and always produced the finest, most golden honey that anyone in the Shire had ever tasted. Folk came from as far as Hobbiton and Tookborough to purchase Merrimack's honey, which he sold in little clay pots, sealed with wax and tied with string. Some said there was something special about it, something that made cakes rise higher and tea taste sweeter, something that soothed coughs and lifted spirits on the dreariest of days. Merrimack would only smile his gentle smile and say that the bees deserved all the credit, for they were the true artists, and he merely the keeper of their works. It was on an evening in late summer, when the air was thick with the scent of lavender and the last swallows were wheeling overhead, catching insects in their swift flight, that something peculiar happened at Honeycomb Hall. Merrimack had just finished his supper, a modest affair of bread and cheese and tomatoes from his garden, and had settled into his favourite chair by the window with a pipe of old Toby and a book of pressed flowers he had been meaning to organise. The window was open to catch the cooling breeze, and through it drifted the drowsy hum of his bees settling down for the night. He had just turned the page to a particularly fine specimen of meadowsweet when he heard a sound that made him pause. It was a voice, high and clear and musical, singing words in a language he did not know. The melody was beautiful, but strange, full of rises and falls that reminded him somehow of water running over stones or wind moving through tall grass. Merrimack set down his pipe and his book and listened more carefully. The singing was coming from his garden. Now, Merrimack was not a hobbit given to flights of fancy or nervous starts, but something about that ethereal voice made his heart beat a little faster. He rose from his chair, placed his slippers carefully by the hearth, for hobbits do not like to dirty their feet unnecessarily, and padded quietly to the back door. The singing grew clearer as he approached, and now he could see through the small window set into the door that his garden was bathed in a light that was not quite moonlight, though the moon had risen full and bright. This light had a silvery blue quality to it, as if someone had captured starlight in a jar and spilled it across his vegetable beds and flower borders. Merrimack eased the door open, wincing as the hinges gave their customary creak. The singing stopped at once, and for a moment all was still save for the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. Then, from beside his largest beehive, the one he called the Queen's Palace for its size and the quality of honey it produced, a figure emerged. Merrimack's breath caught in his throat, for he had never seen such a creature in all his days, though he had heard tales of them in the old stories his grandmother used to tell. She was small, no larger than a hobbit child, but there was nothing childlike about her bearing. Her hair fell in waves the color of honey touched by sunlight, and her eyes were large and luminous, catching the strange light like pools of clear water reflecting stars. She wore a gown that seemed to be woven from spider silk and moonbeams, if such things could be woven, and it shimmered and shifted with every movement. Upon her head sat a circlet of what appeared to be golden wire, so fine it was almost invisible, woven through with tiny white flowers that glowed with their own soft radiance. A flower fairy, Merrimack thought, his mind reaching back to those childhood stories. A sprite of the garden, a guardian of growing things. He had always half believed in them, the way one half believes in anything magical and good, but he had never expected to see one with his own eyes, standing bold as brass beside his beehives in the gathering dusk. The fairy regarded him solemnly, her head tilted to one side like a bird, considering a particularly interesting beetle. When she spoke, her voice was like bells heard from a great distance, clear and sweet and somehow sad. "Good evening, Merrimack Honeyborn," she said, and though her voice was gentle, there was a formality to it that made him feel he ought to bow, which he promptly did, nearly losing his balance in the process. The fairy's lips curved into the smallest of smiles, like sunlight breaking through clouds for just a moment. "I am called Melilot, guardian of the summer flowers, keeper of the evening dew, and friend to the honeybee. I have come to your garden on a matter of great importance, though perhaps not great in the way that men or even elves would reckon greatness." Merrimack found his voice at last, though it came out rather more squeaky than he would have liked. "You are most welcome in my garden, Lady Melilot," he managed, for good manners were bred deep in hobbit bones, even in the face of the impossible. "Though I confess I am puzzled as to what matter could bring one such as yourself to visit one such as myself. I am only a simple hobbit who keeps bees and grows vegetables and minds his own business, as all sensible folk should do." The fairy moved closer, and Merrimack noticed that her feet did not quite touch the ground. She seemed to float above the grass, leaving no prints, disturbing not a single blade. She gestured toward the beehives with one delicate hand, and all at once, Merrimack heard his bees begin to hum, a great collective sound that rose and fell like a song. "It is precisely because you are a keeper of bees that I have come to you," Melilot said, her luminous eyes fixed upon his face. "The bees are ancient and wise, more ancient than most folk realize, and they remember things that others have forgotten. They have told me that you are kind to them, that you speak to them with respect, and never take more honey than they can spare. They have told me that you plant the flowers they love, and give them clean water to drink, and shelter from the storms. For this, I am grateful, for the bees are dear to my heart, and to all my kind." Merrimack felt his chest swell with pride at these words, for he did indeed care deeply for his bees, but he tried not to show it too much, as hobbits do not like to appear vain. "It is only right and proper to care for them," he said modestly. "They work so hard and ask for so little. Any decent fellow would do the same." "Perhaps," said Melilot, "but not everyone does, and that is why I have need of your help." She paused, and for the first time Merrimack saw something like worry cross her delicate features. "Deep in the old forest, beyond the borders of your comfortable Shire, there grows a tree that is sacred to my people. It is called the Blossom Eternal, and it has stood since the world was young, since before the elves came into the west, and before the first hobbits dug their first holes. This tree blooms continuously, winter and summer, spring and fall, and its flowers produce a nectar that sustains my people and gives us the magic by which we tend the growing things of Middle-earth." The fairy's voice grew softer, sadder, and the light around her seemed to dim. "But the tree is dying, Merrimack Honeyborn. Something has poisoned the soil around its roots, some creeping darkness that came from the south and east. The flowers still bloom, but they produce no nectar, and my people grow weak. We have tried all our arts and all our ancient remedies, but nothing avails. The tree continues to wither, and soon it will be too late." Merrimack felt a great sadness wash over him at her words, for he could not bear to think of any tree dying, let alone one so ancient and important. "But I do not understand," he said gently. "How can a simple hobbit help with such a great problem? I know nothing of magic or ancient trees. I know only about bees and honey and growing cabbages. Melilot's face brightened slightly, and she clasped her small hands together. "That is precisely why you can help," she said, a note of hope entering her voice. "The bees have told me something, a secret that even we flower fairies had forgotten. They say that long ago, when the blossom eternal first began to bloom, it was the bees who carried its pollen from flower to flower, and in return, the tree granted them a gift. It gave them the knowledge of how to make a special honey, a honey with properties unlike any other. This honey, they say, could heal any sickness in growing things, could purify poisoned soil and restore life to dying roots." She moved even closer now, until she was hovering just before him, her eyes pleading. "The bees remember how to make this honey, but they need certain flowers, flowers that grow only in wild places, in hidden dells and forgotten corners of the world. And they need someone to guide them, someone they trust, someone who speaks their language. They have chosen you, Merrimack Honeyborn. Will you help us? Will you undertake a journey to gather these flowers and help your bees make the honey that could save the blossom eternal?" Merrimack stood very still, his mind whirling like a swarm of bees itself. A journey? He had never been farther than Michel Delving in all his life. The thought of venturing beyond the Shire, into the old forest that all sensible hobbits avoided, filled him with a deep unease. Yet when he looked at Melilot's hopeful face, and when he thought of his beloved bees and the dying tree that sustained an entire people, he felt something stir in his heart that he had not felt before. It was not quite courage, for hobbits are not brave in the way that men are brave, seeking out danger and glory. It was something gentler than that, something that came from a deep well of kindness and a simple desire to help where help was needed. "I will help you," Merrimack said at last, surprised at the steadiness of his own voice. "Though I confess I am frightened, and I do not know the first thing about undertaking adventures. But if my bees trust me, and if you believe I can help save the blossom eternal, then I shall do my best. When must we leave?" A smile broke across Melilot's face like dawn breaking over the hills, and for a moment the light around her blazed so bright that Merrimack had to shield his eyes. "Bless you, Merrimack Honeyborn," she said, and her voice was full of warmth. "You have a heart larger than you know. We must leave tomorrow at first light, for time grows short. The journey will take us 3 days if all goes well, through the Shire, across the Brandywine, and into the eaves of the old forest. I will guide you, and the bees will come with us, for they must see the flowers with their own eyes and know where they grow, so they can return to them when the time comes to make the special honey." That night, Merrimack slept very little. He lay in his comfortable bed, staring at the ceiling beams and thinking of all the things that could go wrong. He was not a young hobbit anymore, and his feet, though tough enough for pottering about his garden, were not accustomed to long walks. He worried about his vegetables, who would water them while he was gone, and his larder, which was well stocked but would surely run low if he were away too long. Most of all, he worried about the old forest itself, which every hobbit child was taught to fear from the time they could walk. But whenever his worries threatened to overwhelm him, he thought of Melilot's desperate face and the dying tree, and he reminded himself that sometimes even a simple hobbit must do difficult things. When the first light of dawn crept through his window, pale and silvery, he rose with a determination he had not known he possessed. He dressed in his sturdiest clothes, brown breeches and a green waistcoat, and over these he threw a travelling cloak of good thick wool, for the mornings were growing cool even if the afternoons remained warm. He packed a knapsack with provisions, seed cakes and cheese, apples, and a small flask of elderberry wine for emergencies. He included a coil of good rope, a tinderbox, a small knife for cutting plants, and several empty jars in case they found anything worth preserving. Last of all, he tucked in his favourite pipe and a pouch of tobacco, for he reasoned that even in the midst of adventure, a hobbit deserved a smoke. Melilot was waiting for him in the garden when he emerged, and she was not alone. Gathered around her in a cloud so thick it looked like a golden mist were his bees. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. They hummed softly, a sound that seemed to Merrimack like anticipation mixed with something that might have been excitement. The queen herself, a bee larger than the others with stripes of particularly bright gold, hovered near Melilot's shoulder. "Your bees are ready," Melilot said, "and they are glad you have agreed to help. The queen wishes you to know that they will protect you on this journey, and that no harm shall come to you if they can prevent it." She paused, then added with a small smile, "They also wish me to tell you that they appreciate the extra lavender you planted for them last spring." Merrimack felt his eyes prickle with unexpected tears at this message. He cleared his throat gruffly and addressed the swarm. "Well then, my dears," he said, speaking to them as he always did. "It seems we are off on an adventure together. I cannot promise I will be brave or clever, but I promise I will do my very best for you and for the fairy folk who need our help. Shall we be off?" The bees responded with a surge of humming that sounded distinctly approving, and they arranged themselves into a loose formation around Merrimack and Melilot, some flying ahead as scouts, others flanking them on either side, and still others bringing up the rear. It was, Merrimack thought with some amusement, rather like having an honor guard, though he had never imagined his guards would be insects, however beloved. They set off down the garden path and out through the gate, which Merrimack carefully locked behind him, hiding the key under a particular stone where he always kept it. The sun was just cresting the eastern hills, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, and the dew lay thick upon the grass, sparkling like scattered diamonds. Under other circumstances, Merrimack would have found it a perfect morning for a walk, but his stomach was tied in knots, and his hands trembled slightly as he adjusted his pack. They walked through the lanes of bywater, past hobbit holes still shuttered and dark, their occupants sensibly asleep at this early hour. A rooster crowed in the distance, and smoke began to rise from a few chimneys as the earliest risers lit their breakfast fires. Merrimack felt a pang of longing for his own kitchen, his own kettle, his own comfortable routine, but he squared his shoulders and kept walking, following Melilot's glowing form as she floated ahead of him down the road. As they passed the mill, old Sandyman emerged, yawning and stretching. He caught sight of Merrimack and called out cheerfully, "Off for an early walk, Master Honeyborn? Fine morning for it." Merrimack waved, but did not stop, for he did not know how to explain where he was really going, and he suspected that telling the truth would only result in questions he could not answer. Let them think what they would. He would be back soon enough, he hoped, with the Blossom Eternal saved and his bees safely home. They walked all through the morning, following lanes and paths that Merrimack knew well at first, but which gradually became less familiar as they moved eastward toward the borders of the Shire. The sun climbed higher, warming the air and burning off the dew, and Merrimack found himself growing thirsty despite the early hour. He paused by a stream to fill his water bottle, cupping his hands to drink the cold, clear water that bubbled over smooth stones. The bees settled on nearby flowers, resting their wings and gathering nectar from late summer blooms. Melilot perched on a willow branch, her form seeming to blend with the dappled shadows and sunlight that played through the leaves. "You are doing well, Merrimack Honeyborn," she said encouragingly. Many would have turned back by now, finding excuses to return to the comfort of home. But you press onward, and that speaks well of your character. Merrimack wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and tried not to show how much his feet were already beginning to ache. "It is not courage that drives me forward," he admitted, "but rather the fact that I have given my word, and a hobbit's word is his bond. Though I confess, I would dearly love to be sitting in my armchair right now with a cup of tea and a slice of seed cake." "There will be time enough for tea and seed cake when we return," Melilot assured him. "For now, rest a moment longer, for the path ahead grows more difficult. We must soon leave the well-travelled roads and strike out across country. The first flower we seek grows in a hidden dell not far from here, a place where a spring rises from the earth and wildflowers bloom in great profusion." After a brief rest, they continued on, and true to Melilot's word, they soon left the path behind. They pushed through hedgerows thick with blackberries and climbed over stone walls covered in moss and lichen. The bees flew ahead, scouting the way, and occasionally they would return to cluster around Melilot, communicating with her in ways that Merrimack could not fathom but which she seemed to understand perfectly. The land began to change around them. The neat fields and tidy hedges of the Shire gave way to wilder country, where trees grew closer together and the grass grew taller and more tangled. Merrimack saw flowers he had never seen before, strange blooms in shades of purple and blue that seemed to glow in the shadows beneath the trees. Birds called from the branches overhead, songs that were beautiful but unfamiliar, and once he glimpsed what might have been a deer or possibly something else entirely, fleet and pale, vanishing between the trunks before he could be certain of what he had seen. It was nearly midday when they came to the dell that Melilot had spoken of. It was a secret place, hidden from casual view by a ring of old oaks, whose branches intertwined overhead to form a living roof. Within this shelter, a spring bubbled up from between mossy rocks, forming a clear pool before spilling away in a series of small waterfalls down the hillside. The air was cool and damp and filled with a fragrance that reminded Merrimack of honey and herbs and something else he could not quite name. But what took his breath away were the flowers. They grew everywhere around the pool, thousands of them, their petals so white they seemed to capture and reflect every bit of light that filtered through the oak leaves. Each flower was small, no larger than a copper penny, with 5 delicate petals arranged around a center of gold. They swayed gently in a breeze that Merrimack could not feel, and they hummed, a sound so soft it was almost below hearing, like the echo of the bee's own humming, but deeper, older, more resonant with time. "These are called starflowers," Melilot explained, her voice hushed with reverence. "They grow only in places where the water rises pure from the deep earth, and they bloom only for those who know how to look for them. Others might walk through this dell and see nothing but common daisies, or perhaps no flowers at all. But you see them truly, Merrimack Honeyborn, because you come with honest purpose and an open heart." The bees needed no instruction. They descended upon the starflowers with evident joy, working from bloom to bloom with a diligence that warmed Merrimack's heart. He watched them for a long time, marveling at their dedication, and he thought he had never seen them so intent, so purposeful. The queen herself visited every flower, as if memorizing each one, learning its scent and shape and the particular quality of its nectar. While the bees worked, Melilot showed Merrimack which of the flowers he should gather for the special honey. "They must be picked at the peak of bloom," she explained, "and they must be handled gently, with gratitude and respect. You must ask the flower's permission before you take it, and you must thank it for its sacrifice. This is the old way, the way that ensures the magic remains in the petals." Merrimack felt somewhat foolish at first, speaking aloud to flowers, but he did as Melilot instructed. He knelt beside each plant, his knees sinking into the soft moss, and he spoke quietly, explaining why he needed the flowers and promising that they would be used for a good and noble purpose. To his surprise, he felt something respond, not in words, but in a feeling of consent, of willingness to help. It was as if the flowers understood and approved of his mission. He filled 2 of his jars with starflower petals, packing them carefully with moss to keep them fresh. The work was slow and meditative, and despite his aching feet and the strangeness of his situation, Merrimack found a kind of peace in it. This was not so different from tending his garden, he realized. Only the garden was wilder and the stakes were higher. When the bees had finished their work, and Merrimack had gathered all the petals they would need, Melilot led them back out of the dell. The afternoon sun slanted through the trees as they continued their journey, casting long shadows across their path. Merrimack's legs were growing weary, and he found himself thinking longingly of his comfortable bed back at Honeycomb Hall. But Melilot's pace never faltered, and the bees flew steadily onward, so he pressed forward, determined not to be the weak link in their small company. "We must reach the Brandywine before nightfall," Melilot explained as they walked. "The second flower we seek grows only along its banks, in the places where the willow roots drink deep from the river. It is called moon lily, and it blooms only in twilight, that brief moment when day surrenders to night, and the world holds its breath between light and darkness." Merrimack had been to the Brandywine only once before, many years ago, and he remembered it as a wide, slow-moving river that marked the eastern boundary of the Shire proper. Beyond it lay the Buckland, and beyond that, the old forest, which loomed in his mind like a gathering storm cloud. But he pushed these worries aside and focused on putting one foot in front of the other, on the gentle hum of his bees, and on Melilot's glowing form leading the way. They walked through meadows where late summer flowers nodded in the breeze, past abandoned farmsteads where blackberry brambles had reclaimed what once had been tidy gardens, and along forgotten lanes where grass grew thick between the ruts of long unused cart tracks. The land here had a lonely quality to it, as if it remembered being inhabited but had grown accustomed to solitude. As the sun began to sink toward the western hills, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, they crested a gentle rise and saw the Brandywine spread out before them. The river was wider than Merrimack remembered, its waters dark and smooth as polished wood, reflecting the colors of the sunset sky. Willows lined its banks, their long trailing branches dipping into the current like the fingers of giants testing the water's temperature. "We must hurry now," Melilot said, a note of urgency entering her voice. "The moon lilies will bloom soon, and we must be ready to gather them at the precise moment. Come, there is a place not far from here where they grow most abundantly." She led them along the riverbank, flying swiftly now, her form flickering between the willow trunks like a will-o'-the-wisp. Merrimack stumbled after her, his breath coming in gasps, his pack bouncing uncomfortably against his back. The bees sensed the urgency too, and they flew in a tight formation around him, as if encouraging him onward. They came at last to a bend in the river, where the willows grew particularly thick, their roots exposed by the gentle erosion of countless spring floods. Between these roots, in the rich dark soil, Merrimack saw what looked at first like ordinary river plants, their leaves broad and green, their stems rising straight and tall from the water's edge. But as he watched, as the sun's last light faded and the first stars began to prick the darkening sky, something extraordinary happened. The plants began to glow. It started as a faint luminescence, barely visible, like the first hint of dawn on the horizon. Then it grew stronger, brighter, until each plant was crowned with a flower that shone with a soft silvery light. The flowers were larger than the star flowers had been, each one the size of a teacup, with petals that seemed to be made of moonlight itself, translucent and shimmering. They released a fragrance that made Merrimack think of cool water and clean sheets dried in the sun, of silver and starlight and the quiet peace of midnight gardens. "Moon lilies," Melilot whispered, and there was awe in her voice despite the fact that she must have seen them many times before. "They bloom only for a quarter of an hour, and then they close again until the next twilight. We must work quickly." The bees descended upon the flowers with even more purpose than they had shown in the dell. Merrimack watched as they moved from bloom to bloom, their fuzzy bodies becoming dusted with pollen that glowed faintly in the gathering darkness. The queen led them, showing them which flowers to visit, teaching them the pattern that would allow them to remember this place and return to it when the time came to make the special honey. Merrimack, following Melilot's instructions, began to gather the petals. He worked as quickly as he dared, speaking his thanks to each plant, feeling the strange sensation of consent that he had felt in the dell. The petals were cool to the touch and impossibly delicate, like tissue paper made of light. He placed them carefully in his jars, layering them with damp moss from the riverbank to keep them fresh and preserve their magic. The work was more difficult than it had been with the star flowers, for the light was failing fast, and he had to work mostly by feel and by the glow of the flowers themselves. His fingers grew clumsy with fatigue, and more than once he nearly dropped a jar. But the bees helped him, their own faint glow providing just enough light to see by, and Melilot hovered nearby, offering encouragement and guidance. When at last the moon lilies began to close, folding their petals inward and dimming like candles being snuffed one by one, Merrimack had filled 3 more jars with their precious petals. He sat back on his heels, breathing hard, and realized that full darkness had fallen while they worked. The moon had risen, fat and bright, and by its light, he could see the river flowing past, dark and mysterious, whispering secrets to the night. "You have done well," Melilot said, settling onto a willow branch beside him. 2 flowers found, 1 more to seek. But that must wait for tomorrow, for the 3rd flower grows in a place we cannot reach in darkness. We will make camp here for the night, and rest, and continue at first light. Merrimack had never camped out of doors in his life, and the prospect filled him with some trepidation. But Melilot assured him that the willow trees would shelter them, and that the bees would keep watch, and that no harm would come to him while he slept. She showed him how to arrange his cloak on the soft moss between the willow roots, creating a bed that was surprisingly comfortable, and she gathered fallen branches to make a small fire, though she lit it not with flint and steel, but with a touch of her hand that made the wood burst into cheerful flames. Merrimack sat by the fire, warming his hands and watching the flames dance. He ate some of his provisions, though he found he had little appetite, and he offered to share with Melilot, but she declined gracefully, saying that she took her sustenance from the moonlight and the river mist and the fragrance of growing things. The bees had settled into the branches of the willows above them, clustering together for warmth, their gentle humming like a lullaby. As the night deepened and the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, Melilot began to tell Merrimack stories. She spoke of the elder days, when the world was young and the flower fairies were many, dancing in meadows that stretched as far as the eye could see. She told him of the great forests that had once covered Middle-earth, forests so vast that a bird could fly for a month and never see the edge of the trees. She spoke of her people's alliance with the bees, which went back to the very beginning, to the first flowers that bloomed and the first bees that tasted their nectar. "The bees are older than most folk realize," she said, her voice soft and dreamy in the firelight. "They were among the first creatures to understand the language of flowers, to know which plants healed and which harmed, which brought sleep and which brought waking. They are scholars of the natural world, keepers of knowledge that has been forgotten by most. When you speak to your bees, Merrimack Honeyborn, you speak to living libraries, to repositories of ancient wisdom." Merrimack looked up at the cluster of bees sleeping peacefully above him, and he felt a surge of affection so strong it brought tears to his eyes. He had always loved his bees, but he had thought of them simply as insects, creatures that made honey and pollinated flowers. He had never imagined that they carried such weight of history, such depths of understanding. It made him feel humbled and honored to be their keeper. Melilot continued her stories, speaking of the blossom eternal itself, of how it had been planted by the Valar in the first spring of the world, a gift to the growing things of Middle-earth. Its flowers, she said, held the essence of life itself, the pure, concentrated force that caused seeds to sprout and trees to reach toward the sun. When her people drank the nectar of the blossom eternal, they did not merely sustain their bodies, they renewed their magic, the power by which they helped the world to flourish and bloom. "Without the tree," Melilot said, and now her voice was heavy with sorrow, "we will fade. Not die perhaps, for my people do not die as mortals do, but we will diminish, become less than we are, until we are nothing more than whispers on the wind, memories of beauty that once was. And without us, who will tend the wild places? Who will help the flowers bloom and the fruits ripen? The world will grow a little less bright, a little less alive." Merrimack thought of his garden, of the joy he took in watching things grow, and he could not imagine a world without that beauty, without the faithful return of spring after winter, without the miracle of seeds becoming flowers. "We will save the tree," he said, with more confidence than he felt. "Tomorrow we will find the third flower, and your people will be restored, and all will be well." Melilot smiled at him, a smile full of gratitude and something that might have been hope. "You have a good heart, Merrimack Honeyborn," she said. "The world needs more folk like you, folk who care for small things and understand that the smallest kindness can have the largest consequences." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the fire burn down to glowing embers. The river murmured its endless song, and night birds called from the darkness, and the moon climbed higher, bathing everything in silver light. Merrimack felt his eyelids growing heavy, and despite the strangeness of his situation, despite sleeping in the open air with only moss for a mattress, he found himself drifting towards sleep. Just before he dropped off completely, he heard Melilot singing softly, a melody in that unknown language she had been singing when he first saw her. The words meant nothing to him, but the tune was beautiful and sad and comforting all at once, and it carried him gently down into dreams. He dreamed of his garden, but it was transformed, grown to enormous size. The flowers were tall as trees, and the bees were large as birds, and he walked among them feeling peaceful and content. Melilot was there too, no longer small but human-sized, or perhaps he had shrunk, and she showed him plants he had never seen before. Plants with flowers that sang, and leaves that glowed, and roots that went down into the earth forever, drinking from springs that connected to the very heart of the world. When he woke, it was to the sound of bird song and the smell of dew on grass. The sun was just rising, painting the river in shades of pink and gold, and the willows stirred gently in the morning breeze. The fire had gone out completely, leaving only a circle of ash, and Melilot sat beside it, looking as fresh and bright as if she had not spent the night in the open air at all. "Good morning, Merrimack Honeyborn," she said cheerfully. "I trust you slept well. We have a long day ahead of us, for the third flower grows in the most difficult place of all, deep within the eaves of the old forest itself." Merrimack's stomach knotted at the mention of the old forest. Every hobbit knew the tales of that place, of trees that moved when you were not looking, of paths that twisted and changed, of travellers who went in and never came out. Even Frodo Baggins himself had nearly come to grief there, or so the stories said, and he had been a braver hobbit than Merrimack could ever hope to be. But he had come this far, and he would not turn back now, no matter how his heart quailed at the thought of what lay ahead. They breakfasted on the last of Merrimack's seed cakes and some wild strawberries that Melilot found growing nearby, tiny jewels of fruit that burst with sweetness on the tongue. The bees roused themselves and flew down to drink dew from the willow leaves, and then they were ready to continue their journey. Merrimack packed his knapsack carefully, checking that the jars of precious flower petals were secure, and then he followed Melilot eastward, toward the dark line of trees that marked the edge of the old forest. As they walked, the character of the land changed once more. The open meadows and gentle hills gave way to thicker vegetation, to brambles and thorns that caught at Merrimack's cloak and scratched his hands. The air grew heavier, damper, full of the scent of rotting leaves and mushrooms and things growing in shadow. Birds still sang, but their songs were different here, stranger, with notes that seemed almost like words in a language Merrimack did not know. The trees began to close in around them, not gradually but suddenly, as if they had crossed some invisible boundary. One moment they were in open country with scattered groves, and the next they were beneath a canopy so thick that the sunlight could barely penetrate. The trees here were old, older than anything Merrimack had seen in the Shire, their trunks massive and gnarled, their branches reaching out to intertwine with their neighbours until it was impossible to tell where one tree ended and another began. "This is the old forest," Melilot said, unnecessarily. For Merrimack could feel it in his bones, could sense the age and the watchfulness of this place. "We must be respectful here, and we must not stray from the path I show you. These trees are not evil, despite what your people may believe, but they are old and set in their ways, and they do not always look kindly upon visitors, especially those who come with axes or fires or intentions to change what has always been." The bees flew closer to Merrimack now, forming a protective cloud around him. He could feel their nervousness in the pitch of their humming, which had risen slightly, become more tense. Even they, with all their ancient wisdom, were wary of this place. But they pressed on, following Melilot deeper into the forest, along a path that was barely visible, little more than a deer track winding between the massive trunks. The deeper they went, the stranger things became. Merrimack saw mushrooms as large as dinner plates growing in clusters on fallen logs, their caps bright red spotted with white, and he knew without being told that they were poisonous, perhaps deadly. He saw flowers that grew without any visible source of light, pale, ghostly things that seemed to float in the shadows like trapped spirits. Once he thought he saw a face in the bark of an ancient oak, 2 knots for eyes and a crack for a mouth, and it seemed to watch him as he passed. Time behaved oddly in the old forest. Merrimack could not have said how long they walked, whether it was hours or days. The light never changed, remaining at that dim green twilight level that made everything look underwater, as if they were walking through a forest that had drowned long ago and forgotten to die. His legs moved automatically, one foot in front of the other, and he found himself falling into a kind of trance, lulled by the rhythm of walking and the unchanging scenery. It was Melilot's voice that roused him. "We are near," she said, and there was a note of caution in her tone. "The third flower is called Shadow Bloom, and it grows only in the presence of great age and great darkness. Not evil darkness, you understand, but the darkness of deep earth, of caves and roots and forgotten places. It is a flower that remembers what the world was like before the sun and moon were made, when only the stars gave light." She led them to a place where the trees grew so close together that they formed a kind of living wall, and in the center of this wall was an opening, a tunnel that led down into the earth. The tunnel was not made by any mortal hand, but by the roots of the trees themselves, which had grown and twisted together over countless centuries to create a passage into the deep places. A cold breath of air flowed up from the darkness below, carrying with it scents of stone and water and things that had never seen daylight. Merrimack looked at the dark opening and felt his courage falter. He was a hobbit who loved his comfortable hole, his cozy fire, his well-lit rooms. The thought of descending into that darkness, into the earth, but without the warmth and security of a proper hobbit dwelling, filled him with a dread that was almost overwhelming. But when he looked at Melilot's face, at the hope and trust she showed in him, and when he felt the gentle bumping of his bees against his cheeks, like tiny kisses of encouragement, he found the strength to nod. "I will go down," he said, and his voice only shook a little. "But I think I shall need some light, for hobbits do not see well in the dark." and I should hate to fall and break my neck before we can save the blossom eternal." Melilot smiled and touched her hand to her circlet of flowers. Immediately, they began to glow more brightly, casting a soft white light that pushed back the shadows. "It is not much," she said, "but it should be enough to see by. And you will not be alone. I will go first, and your bees will come with us, and between us all we shall find the shadow bloom and return safely to the surface." The descent was easier than Merrimack had feared, though no less unsettling. The tunnel of roots was wide enough for him to walk upright, and the roots themselves formed a kind of natural staircase, spiraling down into the earth. The walls glowed faintly with phosphorescent fungi, adding their dim green light to the silver radiance of Melilot's flowers. The bees flew close, their own bodies seeming to emit a gentle golden glow that Merrimack had never noticed before. Down and down they went, deeper into the earth than any hobbit hole Merrimack had ever heard of, deeper than the deepest cellars of the Great Smiles. The air grew cooler and damper, and Merrimack could hear the sound of water somewhere far below, a deep, slow dripping that echoed through hidden chambers, and nothing happened. And he wondered if these ancient flowers would refuse him, if they would close themselves off and deny him what he sought. But then he felt it, that same sensation of consent he had experienced before, only deeper, older, weighted with centuries of patient existence in the dark. The flower seemed to lean toward him, offering itself, and with trembling hands, he carefully plucked several of its petals. They were cool and soft, like silk that had been kept in a cold place, and they left a faint shimmer of silver on his fingers. He moved from flower to flower, taking only what he needed, always asking, always thanking. The bees helped him, showing him which flowers were ready to give of themselves, and which should be left alone. The queen taught them the scent and the location of these blooms, storing the information in whatever mysterious way bees stored such things, so that they could return when the time came to make the special honey. When at last he had filled his final jar with shadow bloom petals, Merrimack sat back on his heels and allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. They had done it. They had found all 3 flowers, traversed the Shire and beyond, braved the old forest, and descended into the earth itself. The impossible task was nearly complete. But even as relief washed over him, he heard a sound that made his blood run cold. It was a grinding noise, like stone moving against stone, and it came from the tunnel by which they had entered. He turned to look, and saw with mounting horror that the roots were moving, slowly but inexorably, weaving themselves together across the opening, sealing the tunnel shut. "Melilot," he called, trying to keep the panic from his voice. "Something is happening to the tunnel." The fairy flew to his side, and he saw concern flicker across her delicate features. "The trees," she said softly. "They have decided we should not leave. Perhaps they think we have taken too much, or perhaps they simply do not wish to let us go." The old forest does not give up its visitors easily. Merrimack felt his heart hammering in his chest. "Is there another way out?" he asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. "Not that I know of," Melilot admitted. "This chamber has only one entrance, and if the trees have sealed it, we may be trapped here unless we can convince them to let us pass." Merrimack stared at the sealed tunnel, his mind racing. He thought of his comfortable hobbit hole, of his garden waiting for him, of the simple, peaceful life he had left behind. He thought of the blossom eternal dying somewhere in the forest above them, and of Melilot's people fading without its sustenance. To have come so far and gathered all 3 flowers, only to be trapped in this underground chamber, seemed a cruel twist of fate that he could barely comprehend. But as he stood there, feeling despair begin to creep over him like the cold dampness of the cavern, he felt a gentle bumping against his cheek. It was the queen bee, landing on his face as she sometimes did when he was working in his garden, and she wanted his attention. He raised his hand and she walked onto his finger, her tiny feet tickling his skin, and he looked at her closely in Melilot's light. The queen was humming, a sound different from her usual hum, more purposeful, more insistent, and, as Merrimack listened, really listened in the way he had learned to do over years of beekeeping, he thought he could almost understand what she was trying to tell him. The bees knew something, had learned something in this deep place that might help them. "Melilot," he said slowly, an idea forming in his mind. "The trees sealed us in because they think we are thieves, taking from the forest without giving anything in return. Is that right?" The fairy considered this, her head tilted thoughtfully. "Perhaps," she said, "the old forest is possessive of its treasures. It has lost much over the ages, as men and even elves have taken from it without thought or gratitude. It may see us as simply more takers, more plunderers of what it holds dear. Then we must show it otherwise," Merrimack said with growing conviction. "We must give it something in return, something of equal value to what we have taken. But what could we possibly offer that would satisfy such ancient trees?" He looked down at his pack, at the jars of flower petals they had worked so hard to gather. Surely not those they were needed for the blossom eternal. His provisions were gone, eaten on the journey. He had his rope, his tinderbox, his little knife. But what use would an ancient forest have for such things? Then the queen bee flew from his finger to hover above the dark pool, and suddenly Merrimack understood. "The bees," he said to Melilot, his voice filled with wonder. "The bees themselves are the gift, or rather, what they can do. The forest has given us rare flowers, but it gets nothing in return. These shadow blooms grow in darkness, with no one to pollinate them, to spread their seeds, to help them flourish. What if we promised that the bees would return, that they would tend these flowers, help them spread throughout the deep places of the forest?" Melilot's eyes widened with understanding. "Of course," she breathed. "The old forest is dying slowly, has been dying for ages, not from any evil, but from simple neglect, from isolation. If the bees were to tend the shadow blooms, to help them multiply and spread, it would bring new life to these deep places. And where shadow blooms grow, other things can grow as well. It would be a fair trade indeed." "But how do we tell the trees?" Merrimack asked. "I can speak to my bees, but I do not know how to speak to trees, especially trees as old and set in their ways as these." "You do not speak with words," Melilot explained. "You speak with actions, with intentions. Place your hand upon the roots and think clearly of what you wish to offer. Think of the bees returning, of the shadow blooms spreading, of life returning to the deep places. Think of it so strongly that the trees cannot help but feel your sincerity." Merrimack approached the nearest massive root that emerged from the cavern wall. He placed both his hands upon it, feeling the rough bark beneath his palms, feeling the slow, patient life that pulsed within. He closed his eyes and thought as hard as he had ever thought about anything in his life. He pictured his bees returning to this place, generation after generation, tending the shadow blooms as they tended the flowers in his garden. He imagined the blooms spreading, their silvery pollen drifting through hidden chambers, finding new cracks and crevices to root in. He saw in his mind's eye a network of underground gardens, tended by bees and watched over by the ancient trees. A secret, flourishing in the darkness, that would strengthen the forest from within. He thought of partnership, of exchange, of the great web of life that connected all living things from the smallest bee to the largest tree. He poured all his love of growing things into that thought, all his respect for the natural world, all his gratitude for what the forest had given them, and he promised with every fibre of his being that the bees would return, that this would not be a taking without giving back. For a long moment, nothing happened. The cavern remained still and silent, save for the distant drip of water and the gentle hum of the bees. Then, slowly, Merrimack felt something change. It was like the moment when a person who has been holding themselves rigid with anger or fear finally relaxes, finally lets go. The root beneath his hands seemed to warm slightly, and he heard a creaking, groaning sound from the direction of the sealed tunnel. When he opened his eyes and turned to look, he saw that the roots were moving again, but this time they were unwinding, pulling back, opening the way to the surface. Fresh air flowed into the cavern, carrying with it the scent of leaves and soil and sunlight, and Merrimack felt tears of relief prick his eyes. "The forest accepts your offer," Melilot said softly, and there was something like awe in her voice. "You have done what few could do, Merrimack Honeyborn. You have made a pact with the old forest itself. Your bees and their descendants will be welcome here always, and the forest will protect them and guide them to the shadow blooms." They climbed back up through the tunnel of roots, and the journey seemed easier now, as if the forest itself was helping them along, urging them gently upward and outward. When they emerged into the dim green twilight of the old forest proper, Merrimack breathed deeply of the cool air, grateful beyond words to be out of the deep earth, even if he was still beneath the ancient trees. The journey to the Blossom Eternal took less time than Merrimack would have expected. Melilot led them by paths that seemed to open before them and close behind, and he had the distinct impression that the forest was actively helping them now, guiding them to their destination. The trees no longer seemed menacing, but almost benevolent, their branches swaying in a gentle breeze that carried the scent of flowers and growing things. They came at last to a clearing unlike any Merrimack had seen in the old forest. Here the canopy opened to let in shafts of golden sunlight, and in the center stood the Blossom Eternal. Even in its weakened state, it was the most magnificent tree Merrimack had ever beheld. Its trunk was silver white and smooth as marble, and its branches spread wide, creating a perfect dome of green leaves. But where there should have been countless flowers, there were only a few, and these hung limply from their stems, their petals faded and dull. Around the base of the tree, gathered in a circle, were Melilot's people. There were perhaps 24 flower fairies, each one as beautiful and delicate as she. But all of them looked thin and wan, their lights dimmed, their movements slow and weary. When they saw Melilot approaching with Merrimack and the bees, they rose with cries of hope and wonder. Melilot presented the 3 jars of flower petals to her people, explaining all that had transpired, how Merrimack and his bees had braved dangers and made a pact with the old forest itself. The flower fairies gathered close, examining the petals with reverent care, their voices rising in a musical chatter of excitement and gratitude. Then the queen bee flew to the base of the Blossom Eternal and began to dance. It was not the dance that bees do to show their hive mates where flowers can be found, but something more elaborate, more ceremonial. The other bees joined her, and together they performed a pattern in the air that seemed to shimmer with meaning, with intention. They were showing the flower fairies what needed to be done, drawing on memories older than Hobbit history, older perhaps than the Shire itself. The fairies understood. They took the petals from the 3 flowers, the starflowers and moon lilies and shadow blooms, and they crushed them gently in bowls made from acorn caps, mixing them with dew gathered from the Blossom Eternal's own leaves. The bees added to this mixture their own contribution, a special nectar they had been producing since visiting the 3 flowers, nectar that glowed faintly with colours that shifted and changed. Then, working together, fairies and bees created the special honey. It was a process that took hours, a delicate alchemy of mixing and combining, of adding precisely the right amount of each ingredient at precisely the right moment. Merrimack watched in awe, understanding that he was witnessing something that had not been done in thousands of years, a magic from the elder days being performed anew. When at last the honey was ready, it shone in its bowl with a light that seemed to contain all the colours of the rainbow, and some that had no names. The eldest of the flower fairies, an ancient being with hair like dandelion fluff, took the bowl and approached the Blossom Eternal. She poured the honey slowly around the base of the tree, letting it seep into the earth, down to where the roots drank deep. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, starting at the roots and spreading upward through the trunk and into the branches, a change came over the tree. The silver bark began to glow with soft light, and the leaves grew brighter, greener, more vital. The few remaining flowers lifted their heads, and suddenly, miraculously, new buds began to form. They appeared by the dozens, then by the hundreds, swelling and opening in a cascade of blooms that filled the clearing with such beauty that Merrimack had to shield his eyes. The Blossom Eternal was saved. Its flowers poured forth nectar once more, and the flower fairies flew to them with cries of joy, drinking deeply, their lights growing bright again, their laughter like bells ringing through the forest. The bees joined them, and Merrimack watched as his beloved bees tasted the nectar of the Blossom Eternal for the first time, an honor and a gift that would be passed down through all their generations. The celebration that followed lasted well into the evening. The flower fairies danced and sang, and they brought Merrimack such delicacies as he had never imagined. Mushrooms that tasted of starlight, berries that burst with the essence of summer, and tiny cakes made from flower pollen that melted on his tongue like snow. They thanked him again and again, calling him friend and benefactor, and they promised that his garden would always flourish, that his bees would always prosper, and that he would be welcome in the old forest until the end of his days. But as the stars began to appear overhead, Merrimack felt a deep longing for home. He had done what he had set out to do, had helped save the Blossom Eternal, and made peace between his bees and the ancient forest. Now he wanted nothing more than his own bed, his own hearth, his own familiar walls around him. Melilot understood. She guided him back through the old forest, which seemed almost friendly now, and across the Brandywine, and through the wild lands, until at last they stood once more before the round green door of Honeycomb Hall. The journey that had taken days on the way out seemed to take only hours on the return, as if distance itself had bent to help him home. "Thank you, Merrimack Honeyborn," Melilot said, hovering before him in the starlight. "You have saved my people and brought new life to the deep places of the forest. You are a hero, though you may not think of yourself as one." Merrimack blushed and shuffled his hairy feet. "I am just a hobbit who keeps bees," he said, "but I am glad I could help." He opened his door and stepped inside, breathing in the familiar scent of his home. The bees flew to their hives, settling in for the night, and Merrimack stood for a moment in his cozy kitchen, feeling the weight of his adventure finally lift from his shoulders. He made himself a pot of tea, lit his pipe, and settled into his favorite chair. Outside, the stars wheeled overhead, and the bees hummed their evening song. And Merrimack Honeyborn, the simple hobbit who had saved the Blossom Eternal, fell asleep by his fire, dreaming of flowers that glowed in darkness and ancient trees that remembered the dawn of the world. And so ends this tale from the Shire, a story of kindness and courage, of bees and flowers and the magic that binds all living things together. Story 3. In the gentle rolling hills of the Shire, where the evening mist settled like a soft blanket over the green fields and the stars began their nightly watch above the party tree, there lived a hobbit named Merrimack Brownlock in a particularly comfortable hole on Hobbiton Hill. His home was neither the grandest nor the smallest in all the Shire, but it was universally agreed to be the coziest, with round windows that glowed amber in the twilight, and a garden that smelled of lavender and rosemary, even in the deepest parts of autumn. Merrimack was known throughout the Four Farthings, not for any great adventure or remarkable deed, but for something far more precious to hobbit folk. He was the keeper of stories, the last in a long line of Brownlocks who had served as the Shire's memory keepers, collecting and preserving the tales that might otherwise fade like morning dew beneath the summer sun. His shelves were lined with journals bound in soft leather, each filled with stories written in his careful hand, and his evenings were spent by the fire, entertaining any hobbit who cared to listen with tales both merry and meaningful. On this particular autumn evening, as the harvest moon rose fat and golden over the water, Merrimack sat in his favourite chair by the hearth, a cup of chamomile tea steaming gently at his elbow. The fire crackled softly, casting dancing shadows on the walls where bundles of dried herbs hung from the ceiling beams, filling the air with their soothing fragrance. He had just settled in with one of his older journals, intending to spend a quiet evening reviewing tales he had collected in his youth, when there came a gentle tapping at his round green door. Now, it was not unusual for hobbits to call upon Merrimack in the evening hours, for many found that a good story was the perfect accompaniment to supper, or a fine way to settle the mind before bed. But when he opened the door, he found not the familiar face of a neighbour, but rather 3 young hobbit children he did not immediately recognise, their cheeks flushed from running, and their eyes wide with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. The eldest, a lass of perhaps 12 years with copper-coloured curls, stepped forward and curtsied politely. Her name was Lily Burrows, she explained, and these were her younger brothers, Pippin and Milo. They had travelled all the way from Scary, a small village on the eastern edge of the Shire, because they had heard tell of Merrimack's stories and had a most particular request. Merrimack ushered them inside with the natural hospitality of his kind, settling them on cushions before the fire and fetching mugs of warm milk sweetened with honey. The children wrapped their small hands around the mugs gratefully, and Lily began to explain the purpose of their visit. Their grandmother, old Marigold Burrows, had been poorly of late, unable to sleep through the night for worry and discomfort. The healers had done what they could, providing tinctures and tonics, but nothing seemed to bring her the deep, peaceful rest she needed to recover her strength. Their mother had remembered, Lily said, that when she was a child and troubled by nightmares or unable to sleep, her own mother would tell her stories. Not just any stories, but particular tales of the Shire, gentle narratives that wrapped around the listener like a warm quilt and carried them softly into dreams. These were stories their grandmother had learned from her grandmother, passed down through generations of Burrows women, But in her illness, old Marigold could no longer remember them clearly. The fragments she recalled only frustrated her more, like trying to grasp at smoke. The children had been sent, Lily explained, with touching earnestness, to see if Merrimack might know these old sleeping stories, or if he could help them learn new ones that might bring their grandmother the rest she so desperately needed. Young Pippin, who could not have been more than 6 years old, added solemnly that they would be ever so grateful, and that they had brought a basket of their mother's blackberry preserves as payment, though they hoped Merrimack might accept it as a gift of friendship instead. Merrimack felt his heart warm at the sight of these devoted grandchildren, who had walked so far in the growing darkness to seek help for their beloved grandmother. He set down his own cup and leaned forward, his eyes twinkling in the firelight. He knew exactly the sort of stories they meant, he told them. These were not tales of grand adventures or dangerous quests, but rather the quiet chronicles of the Shire itself, stories woven from the very fabric of Hobbit life, meant to remind the listener of all that was good and safe and enduring in their world. He had collected many such tales over the years, Merrimack explained, stories that were like verbal medicines, each one crafted to ease the mind and settle the spirit. Some were about the simple magic found in everyday things, the way a garden grew, or how the seasons turned. Others told of small kindnesses between neighbours, of problems solved not through heroism, but through patience and community. Still others were merely observations of the natural world, the habits of hedgehogs and the songs of thrushes, told in such a way that the listener could not help but feel themselves part of something larger and more peaceful than their own worries. But, he added with a gentle smile, he could do better than simply tell them stories to carry back to their grandmother. If they were willing to stay the night, he would teach them the art of story keeping itself, so that they might always have such tales at hand, not just for their grandmother, but for themselves and their own children someday. The stories were meant to be shared, after all, passed from one generation to the next like precious seeds that would grow and flourish in the telling. The children looked at each other with shining eyes and nodded eagerly. Merrimack rose from his chair and moved to one of his many shelves, running his fingers along the spines of his journals until he found the one he sought. It was bound in green cloth, the colour of new leaves, and when he opened it, the pages released a faint scent of pressed flowers and old ink. He returned to his seat and gestured for the children to gather closer, and they did so eagerly, arranging themselves on the hearthrug at his feet, like little birds settling into a nest. "The first thing you must understand," Merrimack began, his voice taking on the gentle rhythm of a teacher who truly loves his subject, "is that sleeping stories are not like other tales. They do not seek to excite or alarm, to create suspense or fear. Instead, they are like lullabies without music, meant to slow the racing heart and quiet the busy mind. They work best when they follow certain patterns, certain rhythms that the body recognizes even if the mind does not." He explained that the most effective sleeping stories often began in familiar places, settings the listener knew and loved. For hobbits, this might be a well-tended garden on a summer afternoon, or a cozy parlour on a winter evening, or the view from a favourite hill at sunset. The story should invite the listener to settle into this place as though sinking into a comfortable chair, to feel the weight of their own body and the softness of their surroundings. Lily asked in her thoughtful way whether the stories needed to have exciting events or dramatic turns. Merrimack shook his head with a knowing smile. That was precisely what such stories should avoid, he told her. The best sleeping tales were like gentle rivers, flowing steadily forward without sudden drops or rapids. They might tell of a hobbit tending their garden, describing each plant and flower in loving detail, the feel of rich soil between the fingers, the sound of bees humming among the hollyhocks. Or they might follow the peaceful routine of a day in the Shire, from the lighting of the morning fire to the closing of shutters at dusk. Young Milo, who had been listening with rapt attention, asked whether such stories would not be dreadfully boring. Merrimack chuckled warmly and explained that boring was precisely the point, though he preferred to think of them as soothing rather than dull. The mind, when anxious or unwell, often raced from one worry to another like a startled rabbit. What it needed was not more excitement, but rather a gentle, predictable path to follow, something so calm and steady that the racing thoughts could gradually slow and finally come to rest. He turned the pages of his journal and began to read them an example, a story about a hobbit named Talbot Goodbody, who spent an entire autumn day preparing his pantry for winter. Merrimack's voice took on a soft, measured cadence as he described how Talbot rose with the dawn, how he checked each shelf and jar, how he sorted his potatoes by size and arranged his onions in neat braids. The story lingered over every small detail: the cool dimness of the pantry, the earthy smell of root vegetables, the satisfying click of jar lids being tested for proper sealing. As Merrimack read, he noticed that young Pippin's eyelids had begun to droop, and even Lily, who had been so alert moments before, seemed to be swaying slightly where she sat. He smiled to himself and continued, his voice never rising or falling dramatically, but maintaining that same gentle, hypnotic rhythm. He described how Talbot made himself a simple lunch of bread and cheese, how he sat by his window watching the leaves fall from the old oak tree in his garden, how the afternoon light slanted golden through the glass. When he finally closed the journal, little Pippin was fast asleep, his head pillowed on his arms, and Milo was blinking slowly like an owl in sunlight. Only Lily remained fully awake, though she too looked far more relaxed than when they had arrived. She smiled up at Merrimack with newfound understanding, and whispered that she thought she was beginning to see how such stories worked their magic. Merrimack quietly fetched blankets and pillows, and with Lily's help, they made the boys comfortable where they had dozed off. There was no point in moving them, he said softly. They were already well on their way to a good night's rest, and that was precisely what the evening had been about. He built up the fire a bit, ensuring it would keep them warm through the night, and then gestured for Lily to follow him to his study, where they might continue their lesson without disturbing her sleeping brothers. The study was a smaller room, lined floor to ceiling with more books and journals, and it smelled pleasantly of paper and pipe tobacco. Merrimack lit a candle and settled into his desk chair, indicating that Lily should take the comfortable reading chair opposite. He could see that she was eager to learn more, her young face serious with concentration and purpose. Now, he said, keeping his voice low, there are other elements that make a sleeping story effective. One of the most important is repetition. Not the tedious kind that annoys, but the comforting kind that reassures. You might describe a character performing the same task several times, or visiting the same places, or following the same routine. This creates a sense of security, a feeling that all is well and will continue to be well, that the world is stable and predictable. He showed her examples in his journals, stories where hobbits walked the same path through the woods day after day, noticing the subtle changes of the seasons. Tales of bakers who rose before dawn each morning to knead their dough, following the same familiar steps, the rhythm of their work as steady as a heartbeat. Stories of gardeners who tended the same beds year after year, knowing each plant's particular needs and habits. Lily listened intently, occasionally asking questions that showed she was truly thinking about what she was learning. She wondered aloud whether weather could play a part in such stories, and Merrimack praised her insight. Indeed, he said, weather was often a wonderful element to include, particularly gentle rain on a roof, or snow falling quietly outside while the listener was safe and warm within, or a soft breeze rustling through leaves on a summer night. The old hobbit reached for another journal, this one bound in soft blue leather that reminded Lily of a clear summer sky. He opened it carefully, treating the pages with the reverence they deserved, and began to share another important lesson. The best sleeping stories, he explained, often engaged the senses in very particular ways, not with startling sounds or shocking sights, but with gentle, pleasant sensations that helped the listener feel grounded and peaceful in their own body. He read her a passage about a hobbit sitting in a garden at dusk, and as he read, he showed her how the story touched upon each sense in turn. The visual description was of soft colours, the fading light turning everything gentle shades of blue and lavender and rose. The sounds were quiet ones, the distant call of a dove, the whisper of wind through grass, the faint tinkle of wind chimes hanging from an eave. The smells were comforting, honeysuckle and fresh-cut hay, and the earthy scent of a well-watered garden. Lily noticed that the story never mentioned anything jarring or unpleasant, nothing that would snap the listener out of their peaceful state. Merrimack nodded approvingly at her observation. Exactly so, he said. A sleeping story carefully avoided anything that might cause the listener to tense or worry. No sudden loud noises, no mentions of things that might frighten or disturb, no problems without immediate and gentle solutions. He explained that this was why many of the best sleeping stories focused on simple, satisfying tasks being completed. A hobbit finishing their mending, each stitch neat and even, a baker pulling perfect golden loaves from the oven, a gardener successfully coaxing a stubborn plant into bloom. These small accomplishments gave the listener a sense of contentment and completion, a feeling that all was as it should be in the world. The girl asked, with the directness of youth, whether the stories ever had any sort of plot at all, or if they were merely descriptions of peaceful scenes. Merrimack considered this thoughtfully before answering. Perhaps a small moment of satisfaction when they found a packet of seeds they thought they had lost, or someone might set out to visit a friend, and the story would describe their peaceful walk through familiar countryside, ending with a warm welcome and a cup of tea. What mattered, he continued, was that any movement in the story felt inevitable and safe. The listener should never worry about what might happen next, because everything that happened was gentle and expected and good. There were no villains in sleeping stories, no conflicts that could not be easily resolved, no journeys that led to anywhere but home and hearth. Lily was quiet for a moment, absorbing all of this, and then she said something that showed wisdom beyond her years. She observed that these stories seemed to be about reminding the listener of what was good and steady in life, about focusing on the simple pleasures that were always available, if one only took the time to notice them. Merrimack felt a swell of warmth in his chest, for this young hobbit lass had grasped the very heart of the matter. "That is precisely it," he said gently. "When your grandmother lies awake at night, troubled by her aches and worries, these stories will help her remember all the good things that surround her still. The love of her family, the comfort of her home, the changing seasons that continue regardless of any individual trouble, the small daily rituals that give shape and meaning to life. The stories are not an escape from her world, but rather a gentle return to the best parts of it." He showed her more examples, reading passages in that same soothing voice he had used with her brothers. There was a story about a hobbit preserving summer berries. The careful process of washing and sugaring and setting them into jars, the satisfaction of seeing the pantry shelves lined with jewel-bright preserves that would bring a taste of summer to winter meals. Another told of someone sitting by a stream on a lazy afternoon, watching the water flow over smooth stones, noting how the light changed on the surface, feeling the cool air rising from the moving water. As he read, Merrimack made sure to point out the techniques he was using. "See how the sentences have a rhythm," he said, almost like a gentle rocking. "Notice how each paragraph flows into the next without any sudden breaks or surprises. Observe how the vocabulary is simple and familiar, nothing that would cause the mind to stumble or work to understand." These were all deliberate choices, he explained, each one designed to make the story as soothing as possible. Lily asked if she might try writing one herself, and Merrimack was delighted by her initiative. He provided her with paper and a pen, and suggested she start with something she knew well, perhaps a scene from her own life in Scary. She thought for a long moment, chewing thoughtfully on the end of the pen, and then began to write with careful concentration. While she worked, Merrimack prepared a pot of chamomile tea and set out a plate of butter biscuits. He moved quietly, not wanting to disturb her focus, and took the opportunity to check on her brothers in the other room. Both boys were sleeping deeply, their faces peaceful in the firelight, and he smiled at the sight. Already his stories were doing their work. When he returned to the study, Lily had covered nearly a full page with her round, careful handwriting. She looked up at him with uncertain eyes, and he gestured for her to read what she had written. Her voice was soft and hesitant at first, but as she continued, it grew more confident. She had written about her grandmother's kitchen in Scary, describing the way morning light came through the east window and fell across the worn wooden table where 3 generations of burrows had taken their meals. She told of how her grandmother would rise early, even before the roosters called, to start the fire in the old iron stove that had been her wedding gift so many years ago. Lily's story followed her grandmother through the familiar morning routine of making breakfast. There was the gentle sound of the kettle being filled at the pump, the soft clink of it being set on the stove, the crackle of kindling catching fire, the warm smell of porridge beginning to simmer in its pot, oats and milk and a pinch of salt, stirred clockwise with a wooden spoon that had been smoothed by decades of use. She described how her grandmother would set out the blue willow bowls, the ones with the tiny chip on the rim of the largest that no one minded because it had been there as long as anyone could remember. When Lily finished reading, she looked up at Merrimack with anxious hope in her eyes, waiting for his judgment. The old hobbit was quiet for a moment, but his eyes were bright with pleasure. He reached over and patted her hand gently, and told her that she had done remarkably well for a first attempt. She had captured exactly the right feeling, that sense of peaceful routine and familiar comfort that made for a good sleeping story. However, he added kindly, there was one small thing he might suggest. He pointed to a line where she had written about her grandmother worrying whether the fire would catch properly. Even such a small moment of concern, he explained, could break the spell of peace. In a sleeping story, everything should go smoothly, reassuringly well. Perhaps instead, he suggested, she might describe how the fire always caught on the first try, how her grandmother's experienced hands knew exactly how to arrange the kindling, how reliable and trustworthy the old stove had proven itself over the years. Lily nodded thoughtfully, seeing his point immediately. She took up her pen and carefully rewrote that section, and when she read it aloud again, even she could hear how much more soothing it sounded. Merrimack praised her willingness to revise, explaining that even he, after all his years of collecting and writing stories, still went back and refined his work, always seeking to make each tale as gentle and effective as possible. He poured them both tea and encouraged her to rest for a moment. They sat in comfortable silence, sipping the warm floral brew and nibbling on the butter biscuits. The candle on the desk burned steadily, and from the other room came the soft sound of her brother's peaceful breathing. The night had grown deep around them, but here in this cozy hobbit hole with its warm fire and friendly shadows, time seemed to move at its own gentle pace. After a while, Merrimack began to tell Lily about the history of sleeping stories in the Shire. They were not, he explained, a recent invention, but rather a tradition that stretched back through many generations. His own grandmother had been a keeper of such tales, and she had learned them from her grandmother before her. Some hobbits believed the tradition went all the way back to the days when the Shire was first settled, when hobbits had needed comfort and reassurance as they made their homes in this new land. Different families had different traditional stories, he continued, passed down through the years like precious heirlooms. Some were about real hobbits who had lived long ago, their small daily triumphs and peaceful lives preserved in gentle narrative. Others were about the land itself, the reliable turning of seasons, the faithful return of spring after winter, the way the Brandywine River flowed ever onward to the sea. Still others were simple fantasies, imagining perfect days that might have been or could yet be. What all these stories shared, Merrimack emphasized, was their fundamental kindness. They were gifts given from one generation to the next, tools for finding peace in troubled times. When the world seemed uncertain or frightening, when illness or worry kept sleep at bay, these stories were there to remind the listener that goodness endured, that simple pleasures remained constant, that home and hearth and the love of family was stronger than any trouble. Lily asked whether he thought her grandmother would truly find comfort in such stories, and Merrimack assured her that he was quite certain she would. Old Marigold would recognize her own kitchen in the story her granddaughter had written, he said, and that recognition would bring her a particular kind of joy. She would know that her daily routines, which she might have thought too ordinary to matter, had been noticed and valued by her grandchild. That in itself was a powerful medicine. Moreover, he continued, the very act of listening to these stories would give Marigold's restless mind something gentle to focus on, something that would lead her thoughts away from worry and toward peace. The rhythmic, predictable nature of the narratives would help slow her racing heart and ease her into the receptive state that preceded sleep. And if she did not fall asleep during the first story, or even the second, that was perfectly fine. The stories could be repeated, or new ones could be told, until finally rest came. He suggested that Lily might write several more stories before they returned to Scary, each one capturing a different peaceful moment from their family life, or from the village they called home. She could describe the view from her grandmother's favourite window, the garden where Marigold had grown vegetables for 50 years, the path to the village well where she had walked countless times. Each story would be another tool in their collection, another gentle key to unlock the door to peaceful sleep. The young hobbit lass set to work with renewed purpose, and Merrimack left her to it while he stepped out to check on the night. He opened his round door and stood on the threshold, breathing in the cool air that smelled of earth and growing things. The stars were extraordinarily bright, scattered across the dark sky like seeds of light sown by some generous hand. Merrimack had always found comfort in the constancy of stars, the way they wheeled through their ancient patterns night after night, season after season, year after year. It painted the landscape in shades of silver and shadow, transforming the familiar hills into something almost dreamlike. In the distance, he could see the warm glow of windows in other hobbit holes, little points of golden light that spoke of families gathered together, of hearths tended, and loved ones safe at home. A cool breeze stirred the leaves of the old oak tree that grew beside his hole, and Merrimack listened to their gentle rustling. It was a sound he had known all his life, as familiar as his own heartbeat. In spring, those leaves would be tender and green. In summer, they would provide deep shade where he could sit and read on hot afternoons. In autumn, they would turn gold and bronze before falling to carpet his garden. And in winter, the bare branches would sketch intricate patterns against grey skies. The tree endured through all seasons, and there was something deeply reassuring in that. He thought about the children sleeping inside his home, about young Lily bent over her writing, about their grandmother lying awake and scary, waiting for the rest that would not come. It moved him, the way these children had walked so far out of love for their elder. It reminded him that the best of hobbit nature, that deep devotion to family and home, was being passed down as surely as the stories themselves. After a few minutes of peaceful contemplation, Merrimack returned inside, closing the door quietly behind him. He added another log to the fire in the main room, making sure the boys would stay warm through the night, and then returned to his study. Lily was still writing, her young face serious with concentration, the tip of her tongue peeking out slightly as she worked. She had filled several more pages, and her tea had grown cold in its cup, forgotten. When she finally looked up and saw him watching, she smiled with satisfaction. She had written 3 more stories, she told him, each one about a different part of her grandmother's life. One was about the weekly baking day, when Marigold would make enough bread to last the family through the week. Another described the view from the window beside her grandmother's favourite chair, how it looked out over the garden and the field beyond, and how that view changed with the passing hours and seasons. The third was about evening chores, the simple tasks of tidying and preparing for the next day. Merrimack asked her to read them aloud, and as she did, he was struck by how quickly she had grasped the essential techniques. Her voice had naturally fallen into that gentle, rhythmic cadence that was so important. Her descriptions were sensory and specific, without being overly elaborate. Most importantly, each story radiated a sense of contentment and completion, that feeling that all was well in the world. When she finished, he applauded softly and told her that her grandmother was fortunate indeed to have such a devoted and talented granddaughter. These stories would serve old Marigold well, he assured her, but there was one more element he wanted to teach her before the night was through, something that could make the stories even more effective. He explained that while the content and style of a sleeping story were important, the manner of telling was equally so. The storyteller's voice should be calm and steady, never rising to excitement or falling to whisper in a way that might make the listener strain to hear. The pace should be slow and measured, allowing each image to settle in the mind before moving on to the next. There should be pauses, gentle spaces in the narrative where the listener could breathe and let their thoughts drift. Moreover, he continued, it often helped to incorporate gentle suggestions of comfort and rest directly into the story, not in an obvious way that might break the narrative spell, but subtly woven throughout. A character might yawn and stretch, feeling pleasantly tired after a day well spent. They might settle into their favorite chair and feel their muscles relax. They might notice how heavy and comfortable their limbs felt, how easy it was to simply be still and peaceful. These small details, Merrimack explained, worked on the listener in ways they might not even consciously notice. The mind was suggestible, particularly when relaxed, and hearing about someone else's peaceful tiredness could trigger similar feelings in the listener. It was a gentle form of influence, he assured her, completely harmless and indeed beneficial, simply helping the body remember that it knew how to rest. Lily nodded thoughtfully, taking in this new information. She asked whether she should go back and add such elements to the stories she had already written, and Merrimack considered this. He suggested that rather than revising what she had done, which was already quite good, she might practice this technique by telling him one of her stories aloud, adding in these new elements as she went. She chose the story about her grandmother's evening routine, and as she began to tell it, Merrimack coached her gently. When she mentioned her grandmother washing the supper dishes, he suggested she might add a detail about how the warm water felt soothing on Marigold's hands. When she described the old hobbit settling into her chair with her knitting, he prompted her to mention how the chair seemed to embrace her, how good it felt to take the weight off her feet after a long day. As Lily practiced, her natural storytelling gifts began to shine through. She found herself adding details that Merrimack had not even suggested, noticing opportunities to weave in moments of comfort and peace. She described how her grandmother would let out a small contented sigh as she picked up her knitting needles, how the rhythmic click of the needles had a soothing quality, how the soft yarn slipped smoothly through her fingers. She mentioned the way the evening light grew gentler as it faded, how shadows lengthened peacefully across the floor, how the sounds from outside grew quieter as the village settled into evening stillness. Merrimack listened with growing pleasure, occasionally nodding his approval or suggesting a small refinement. When Lily described her grandmother banking the fire for the night, he encouraged her to linger over the details, the way the embers glowed soft and red, the warmth that radiated outward in gentle waves, the comforting knowledge that the fire would keep the house warm through the night, that all was secure and safe. These were the kinds of details, he explained, that helped a listener feel that same sense of security and warmth. By the time Lily finished her practice telling, both she and Merrimack were feeling the effects of their own peaceful narrative. The hour had grown late, and the deep quiet of true night had settled over the Shire. Even the sounds of nocturnal creatures had faded, as though all of Middle-earth was preparing for rest. The candle on Merrimack's desk had burned down to a stub, its flames small but steady. The old hobbit suggested that perhaps it was time for Lily herself to get some sleep. Tomorrow they would have more to discuss, more techniques to practice. But for now she had learned enough to help her grandmother. She had written good stories, and learned to tell them well. Most importantly, she had understood the spirit behind the practice, the loving intention to ease another's suffering through the gift of peaceful narrative. Lily agreed that she was tired, though she was reluctant to end their lesson. There was something special about this quiet nighttime teaching, something that felt almost sacred in its intimacy. But she could feel the weight of the day settling into her bones, that pleasant heaviness that came after good work accomplished. Merrimack led her to a small guest room he kept for visitors, where a comfortable bed had already been prepared with clean linens and a warm quilt. Before she climbed into bed, Lily asked Merrimack one more question. She wanted to know how he had first learned about sleeping stories, what had drawn him to collect and preserve them. The old hobbit settled himself in the chair by the window and told her that it had begun with his own grandmother, many years ago when he was not much older than Lily herself. His grandmother had been a gentle soul who had lived to a very great age, he explained. In her final years, when illness and infirmity had made sleep difficult for her, young Merrimack had taken it upon himself to sit by her bedside each evening. At first he had simply kept her company, but he soon discovered that when he talked to her about ordinary things, about the garden or the weather or small happenings in the village, she seemed to grow more peaceful. Her breathing would deepen and her face would relax. One evening, without quite planning to, he had begun to weave these observations into a kind of story. He described a perfect summer day, the kind his grandmother had loved, telling it slowly and with great attention to detail. He noticed how her restless hands grew still as she listened, how her eyes began to close. By the time he finished his tale, she was sleeping peacefully, more deeply than she had in weeks. From that night on, he made it his practice to tell her such stories, and he found that they brought her great comfort in her final months. After she passed, Merrimack had continued to collect and write down sleeping stories, partly to preserve her memory, and partly because he had discovered how useful such tales could be. Other hobbits in the village, hearing of what he had done for his grandmother, began to seek him out when they or their loved ones had trouble sleeping. Over the years, his collection had grown, and with it his reputation as a keeper of peaceful tales. Lily listened to this story with shining eyes, and when Merrimack finished, she thanked him for sharing it with her. She understood now that what she was learning was more than just a technique or a trick. It was a way of caring for others, of offering comfort through the gift of words and presence. She promised him that she would use what she had learned with love and attention, just as he had done for his grandmother. Merrimack smiled and patted her hand, then rose to leave her to her rest. But before he reached the door, Lily asked if he might tell her just one more story, a sleeping story to help her settle into this unfamiliar bed. The old hobbit was delighted by the request and returned to his chair by the window. He began to speak in that gentle, rhythmic voice, telling her a story about a young hobbit lass who lived in a comfortable hole on a hillside. The story described her cozy bedroom with its round window that looked out over peaceful fields. It told of how she would prepare for bed each night, washing her face in cool water from the basin, brushing her hair with slow, soothing strokes, changing into her soft nightgown that smelled faintly of lavender from the sachets tucked in her drawer. The story followed the young hobbit as she climbed into her bed, feeling the smooth coolness of the sheets against her skin, pulling the warm quilt up to her chin. It described how her head sank into the soft pillow, how her body seemed to melt into the mattress, as though the bed itself was welcoming her into its embrace. The story told of how she could hear, from somewhere far away, the gentle hooting of an owl, and how that sound was companionable rather than lonely, a reminder that the world continued its peaceful watch while she rested. Merrimac's voice grew even softer as he continued, describing how the young hobbit felt her breathing slow and deepen, how each breath seemed to carry away a little more of the day's concerns. Her thoughts began to drift like dandelion seeds on a lazy breeze, touching down here and there but never taking root, simply floating peacefully in the spaces between waking and sleep. The weight of her limbs grew pleasant and heavy, as though she was sinking down through layers of comfort into some deep, safe place. He spoke of how the young hobbit noticed the way her eyelids grew heavier with each blink, how keeping them open required more effort than simply letting them fall closed. And when they did close, the darkness behind them was not frightening but welcoming, soft as velvet, deep as the earth itself. There was nothing she needed to do, nowhere she needed to go. All was well, and she was exactly where she belonged. The story wound on in this gentle fashion, each sentence carrying Lily deeper into relaxation. Merrimack described the way sleep began to creep over the young hobbit like a warm tide, starting at her toes and rising slowly upward. First, her feet grew warm and relaxed, then her legs, heavy and comfortable against the mattress. The warmth and ease spread upward through her body, reaching her hands and arms, her shoulders, her neck, until finally even her face felt soft and peaceful. By the time Merrimack spoke of how the young hobbit finally surrendered to sleep, breathing deeply and evenly in her cozy bed, young Lily was doing exactly the same. Her breathing had become slow and regular, her face peaceful in repose. The old hobbit finished his story in a whisper, though he knew she could no longer hear him. He sat quietly for a moment, watching her sleep, feeling that deep satisfaction that came from a gift well given. He rose carefully, not wanting to disturb her, and adjusted the quilt to make sure she was fully covered. The night had grown cool, and he wanted her to stay warm. He left the door slightly ajar so that a bit of light from the hallway would find its way in case she woke and needed to orient herself in an unfamiliar place. Then he made his way quietly through his home, checking once more on the two boys sleeping by the fire before retiring to his own bed. The remainder of the night passed peacefully in that snug hobbit hole on Hobbiton Hill. So, the fire burned down to glowing embers. The stars wheeled slowly through their ancient dance overhead, and 4 hobbits slept soundly, each one dreaming their own gentle dreams of home and love and safety. Morning came softly to the Shire, as it always did. The first light was grey and tentative, slowly giving way to the pink and gold of sunrise. Birds began their morning songs, tentative at first, and then growing more confident. The roosters in nearby farms announced the new day with their customary enthusiasm. And in Merrimack's hobbit hole, the smell of bacon and fresh bread began to fill the air. The old hobbit had risen early, as was his habit, and had set about preparing a proper breakfast for his young guests. He knew they would have a long walk back to Scary, and he wanted to make sure they started their journey with full bellies. He worked quietly, not wanting to wake them before they were ready, moving about his kitchen with the practiced ease of long years. The boys were the first to stir, drawn by the enticing smells of breakfast. They sat up by the fire, blinking sleepily and looking momentarily confused about where they were. Then memory returned, and with it, excitement about the adventure of sleeping in a stranger's home. Merrimack greeted them warmly and invited them to wash up at the basin he had prepared for them. Fresh water and clean towels laid out. Lily emerged from the guest room shortly after, her hair slightly tousled, but her eyes bright and clear. She had slept deeply and well, she told Merrimack, better than she had in weeks. She felt rested and ready for the day ahead. More than that, she felt hopeful about being able to help her grandmother, confident in the tools she had learned during the night. Over breakfast, thick slices of bacon and fresh bread with butter and jam, eggs scrambled until they were fluffy and soft. Merrimack gave Lily a few final pieces of advice. He suggested that when she told stories to her grandmother, she should sit close enough to be comforting, but not so close as to be intrusive. A gentle touch on the hand could be soothing, as could simply being present, but the old woman should not feel crowded or watched. He advised that it was perfectly acceptable to tell the same story multiple times if it seemed to be working well. Repetition could be comforting in itself, and a familiar story might become more effective with each telling as the listener learned to associate it with peaceful sleep. If one story did not seem to work, she should simply move on to another, without making a fuss about it or expressing disappointment. Most importantly, he emphasized, she should not measure success only by whether her grandmother fell asleep immediately. The true gift of these stories was in the comfort they provided, the moments of peace they created. Even if old Marigold remained awake through an entire story, if she felt less anxious and more cared for, that was a success worth celebrating. Sleep would come in its own time, and the stories would help prepare the way for it. Lily listened carefully to all of this, occasionally asking questions to make sure she understood. Her brothers, meanwhile, were occupied with eating their breakfast, with the focused attention that young hobbit lads brought to all good food. They had seconds of everything, and Merrimack was pleased to see them eat so heartily. There was something deeply satisfying about feeding hungry children, about sending them back into the world well-nourished and cared for. After breakfast was finished and the dishes cleared away, Merrimack went to his study and returned with a small leather journal. It was not one of his old ones, but rather a new one he had been saving for just such an occasion. He presented it to Lily with a formal little bow, telling her that every proper story keeper needed a journal of their own. This one, he said, was for her to fill with the stories she would write and collect over the years. The girl's eyes went wide with wonder as she accepted the gift. The journal was beautiful, bound in soft brown leather with her initials embossed on the cover in gold lettering. Inside, the pages were clean and waiting, ready to receive whatever stories she would entrust to them. She hugged the journal to her chest and thanked Merrimack with such earnest gratitude that he felt his own eyes grow a bit misty. He had one more gift for them as well. From his shelves, he selected one of his own journals, an older one filled with sleeping stories he had collected and written over the years. This one, he said, was for their grandmother. Lily could read from it when her own stories were exhausted, or when she needed inspiration for new ones. The pages were filled with tales of gardens and kitchens, of quiet afternoons and peaceful evenings, of all the gentle moments that made up a life well lived in the Shire. The children gathered their things, preparing for their journey home. Merrimack packed them a lunch for the road, good travel food that would not spoil in the sun, fresh bread and cheese, apples from his own tree, a flask of cool water from his well. He wrapped everything carefully in a clean cloth and tucked it into a basket for them to carry. Before they left, young Pippin, who had been mostly quiet during breakfast, tugged on Merrimack's sleeve and asked him a question. He wanted to know if the stories really worked, if they truly could help someone sleep. There was something touchingly earnest in the way he asked it, a child's need to believe that the world contained such gentle magic. Merrimack knelt down so he was at eye level with the boy, and told him that yes, the stories truly worked, but not because of any magic spell or mysterious power. They worked because they were made of love and care, because they reminded people of all that was good in their lives, because they gave worried minds something peaceful to focus on. They worked because someone took the time to offer them, to sit beside a person in need and share the gift of a peaceful narrative. He told Pippin that the most powerful part of the stories was not actually the words themselves, but the act of telling them. When Lily sat beside their grandmother and spoke to her gently, when she showed through her presence and her patience that Marigold was loved and valued, that itself was a kind of medicine. The stories were simply the form that love took, the vehicle through which care was delivered. The boy seemed satisfied with this answer, and gave Merrimack a sudden, fierce hug that took the old hobbit by surprise. Milo joined in, and then Lily, and for a moment, Merrimack found himself at the center of a tangle of young hobbits, all of them expressing their gratitude in the most direct way possible. He hugged them back, feeling the warmth of their affection and their hope, and wishing them all the best on their journey. Finally, they stood at his door, ready to depart. The morning was beautiful, with clear skies and a gentle breeze that carried the scent of ripe apples and hay. It was the kind of day that made one glad to be alive and walking in the Shire. Merrimack gave them detailed directions for the quickest route back to Scary, pointing out landmarks they should watch for and places where they might rest if they grew tired. As they set off down the path, Lily carrying her new journal and Merrimack's old one, the boys swinging the lunch basket between them, the old hobbit stood in his doorway and watched them go. They turned back several times to wave, and he waved in return, until finally they disappeared over a hill and were lost to sight. Merrimack returned to his hobbit hole feeling the particular satisfaction that came from having passed on knowledge to the next generation. He had given these children tools they would carry with them for the rest of their lives. Someday, when Lily was old and grey herself, she might teach her own grandchildren the art of sleeping stories, and in that way, the tradition would continue, flowing forward through time like a gentle river. He settled himself in his favourite chair by the fire and picked up the journal he had been reading the night before, but he found he could not concentrate on the familiar stories. Instead, his mind was full of the children and their journey, imagining them walking the paths of the Shire, talking among themselves about all they had learned. He pictured them arriving home, running to their grandmother's bedside, eager to try out their new skills. He imagined Lily opening her new journal and reading her first story to old Marigold, her voice taking on that gentle, soothing rhythm he had taught her. The journey home to Scary passed pleasantly for the three young hobbits. The morning was fine and clear, and the paths through the Shire were as familiar and comfortable as an old pair of slippers. They walked at an easy pace, stopping occasionally to rest in the shade of a tree, or to eat some of the lunch Merrimack had packed for them. As they walked, Lily told her brothers more about what she had learned during the night, and they listened with interest, proud of their clever sister. Pippin wanted to know if he might learn to tell sleeping stories too, even though he was just a young lad. Lily assured him that anyone could learn, that it was not about being clever or educated, but about being patient and caring. She suggested that he might help by sitting with their grandmother while she told the stories, holding Marigold's hand, or simply being present. Sometimes, she explained, remembering what Merrimack had told her, the companionship was just as important as the story itself. By early afternoon, they could see the familiar landmarks of their home village, the mill wheel turning lazily in the stream, the ancient willow tree that grew beside the common green, the neat rows of hobbit holes built into the hillsides, each with its own garden and character. The sight filled them with warmth and comfort, that particular feeling of homecoming that every hobbit treasures. They went first to their own hole, where their mother was hanging washing on the line behind the house. She turned at the sound of their voices and came hurrying to meet them, relief and joy written plainly on her face. She had worried about them making the long journey, she admitted, though she had known they would be safe with Merrimack Brownlock, whose reputation as a kind and trustworthy hobbit was known even in Scary. The children took turns telling her about their adventure, their words tumbling over each other in their excitement. They showed her the journals Merrimack had given them, and Lily explained what she had learned about sleeping stories. Their mother listened with growing hope, her eyes brightening at the thought that there might be something that could help old Marigold find the rest she so desperately needed. After they had washed their faces and hands and had a cup of tea, for even a journey of a few miles was enough to make a hobbit ready for refreshment, Lily asked if she might go to see her grandmother. Her mother agreed readily and offered to come with her, but Lily asked if she might go alone, at least for this first attempt. She felt that her grandmother might be more comfortable without an audience, more willing to relax and surrender to sleep if it was just the two of them. Old Marigold's room was at the back of the family's hobbit hole, a cozy space with a window that looked out over the garden. The old hobbit was propped up on pillows in her bed, looking tired and drawn. Her face lit up when she saw Lily enter, though the shadows beneath her eyes spoke of too many sleepless nights. She held out her arms, and Lily went to her, embracing her grandmother gently, careful of the old hobbit's fragile bones. Lily settled herself in the chair beside the bed, arranging the journals in her lap. She explained to her grandmother where she had been and what she had learned. Old Marigold listened with interest, her weathered hands plucking at the quilt, as they always did when she was restless. When Lily asked if she might try telling her a sleeping story, the old hobbit nodded. willing to try anything that might bring her some peace. The young lass took a steadying breath and opened her new journal to the first story she had written, the one about her grandmother's kitchen and the morning routine. She began to read in a soft, measured voice, and as she did so, she felt all the lessons Merrimack had taught her coming back to her. She let her voice fall into that gentle rhythm. She paused at natural places, allowing each image to settle. She glanced up occasionally to gauge her grandmother's response. At first, old Marigold seemed almost too alert, listening to the story with active attention rather than letting it wash over her. But as Lily continued, describing the familiar kitchen in loving detail, something began to shift. The old hobbit's hands grew still on the quilt. Her breathing deepened slightly. Her eyelids, which had been wide open, began to droop just a little. Lily continued reading, moving from the morning routine to the next story she had written, the one about the view from her grandmother's window. She described how the light changed throughout the day, how the garden looked in different seasons, how the birds that visited were old friends returning year after year. She spoke of the oak tree that had been there longer than any hobbit could remember, how its branches swayed gently in the breeze, how its leaves whispered their ancient secrets. As she read, Lily noticed that her grandmother's face was growing more peaceful. The lines of worry and pain that had etched themselves so deeply seemed to soften. The restless energy that had kept the old hobbit awake was gradually ebbing away, replaced by something calmer and more receptive. Lily felt a surge of hope and gratitude, for Merrimack's teachings were proving true. She moved on to the third story, the one about evening chores, and now her voice barely rose above a whisper. She described the satisfaction of tasks completed, the comfort of familiar routines, the peace that came with the end of a good day. She spoke of how the evening light grew soft and golden, how shadows lengthened in ways that were companionable rather than frightening, how the whole world seemed to settle into quietness as night approached. By the time Lily finished reading, her grandmother's eyes had closed completely. The old hobbit's breathing had become deep and regular, the breathing of true sleep rather than the restless dozing that had been all she could manage for weeks. Lily sat very still, hardly daring to breathe herself, watching her grandmother sleep. She felt a profound sense of accomplishment mixed with tenderness, seeing how peaceful the old hobbit looked. The tightness around Marigold's mouth had eased, and for the first time in many days, she looked truly comfortable. Lily remained in her chair for a long while, keeping watch over her sleeping grandmother, the journals resting quietly in her lap. After perhaps an hour had passed, Lily rose carefully and tiptoed from the room, leaving the door slightly open so she could hear if her grandmother stirred. She found her mother in the kitchen, preparing vegetables for the evening meal, and when she saw the expression on her daughter's face, she set down her knife and opened her arms. Lily went to her and they embraced, both of them blinking back tears of relief and gratitude. Word of what had happened spread quickly through Scary, as news always did in small hobbit villages. By evening, several neighbours had stopped by to ask about old Marigold and to hear about these sleeping stories that had worked such wonders. Lily found herself telling the tale of her journey to Hobbiton and her night with Merrimack Brownlock, and as she spoke, she could see interest kindling in the eyes of her listeners. One elderly hobbit mentioned that her husband had been having trouble sleeping since his illness in the spring. Another spoke of a grandchild who suffered from nightmares. A young mother confessed that she herself often lay awake at night, her mind racing with worries about her family. Each of them wanted to know more about these stories, about how they worked, and whether they might help with their own troubles. And so, over the following weeks, Lily found herself becoming something she had never expected to be. She became Scary's keeper of sleeping stories, following in the tradition that Merrimack had passed on to her. She filled her new journal with tales about the village and its people, capturing the quiet moments and peaceful routines that made up their lives. She wrote about the miller's steady work, the baker's early morning rituals, the way the seasons changed the landscape around their homes. She told stories to anyone who asked, sitting beside beds in the evening hours, her voice soft and soothing as she wove her gentle narratives. Sometimes her brothers came with her, Pippin holding the hand of a restless child, while Lily told a story, Milo sitting quietly in the corner, learning by watching and listening. The stories seemed to help almost everyone who heard them, though Lily had learned from Merrimack not to measure success only by immediate sleep, but by the comfort and peace the stories provided. Old Marigold recovered her strength gradually, sleeping well each night as Lily read to her. The old hobbit would smile as her granddaughter entered her room with the journals, would settle back against her pillows with anticipation, knowing that peace and rest would soon follow. Sometimes she fell asleep during the first story. Sometimes she stayed awake through 3 or 4, but she always slept eventually, and the sleep was deep and healing. As autumn deepened into winter, Lily received a letter from Merrimack Brownlock. He had heard from travellers passing through Hobbiton about the young storykeeper in Scary who was carrying on the traditions so beautifully. He wrote to tell her how proud he was of her, how pleased that the lessons he had taught had taken root and flourished. He encouraged her to continue writing, to keep collecting stories from the lives around her, to remember that even the smallest moments held value when captured with love and attention. He also mentioned that he had been thinking of taking on an apprentice, someone who might help him organize his vast collection of stories and perhaps learn to carry on his work when he was too old to continue. If Lily ever wished to spend more time learning from him, he wrote, his door would always be open to her. The letter made Lily smile, and she tucked it carefully between the pages of her journal, a reminder of the gift she had been given and the possibility of what might yet come. Winter settled over the Shire with its customary gentleness, bringing cold nights and cozy fires, long evenings perfect for storytelling. In many hobbit holes throughout Scary, Lily's voice could be heard in the darkness, reading tales of summer gardens and autumn harvests, of peaceful afternoons and comfortable routines. Her stories helped old hobbits find rest and young ones overcome their fears. They eased worried minds and soothed troubled hearts. And in her own home, old Marigold continued to sleep peacefully each night, her strength returning day by day. She would often tell her neighbors that her granddaughter had given her the greatest gift possible, not just the promise of sleep, but the knowledge that she was seen and remembered, that her ordinary life had been deemed worthy of being captured in story. That realization brought her a joy that was almost as healing as the sleep itself. On particularly quiet nights, when all the village was at rest and even the owls had fallen silent, Lily would sit by her window and look out over the sleeping houses of Scary. She would think about all the hobbits dreaming peacefully in their beds, some of them lulled by the stories she had told. She would think about Merrimack in his hobbit hole in Hobbiton, perhaps sitting by his own fire, adding to his collection of tales. She would think about the invisible threads that connected all the storykeepers of the Shire, past and present and future, each one passing on this gift of peaceful narrative. And then, feeling that pleasant tiredness that came from a day well spent and good work accomplished, Lily would climb into her own bed. She would pull the quilt up to her chin and close her eyes, and she would tell herself a sleeping story, one about a young hobbit who had learned something precious and had shared it with love. The story would carry her gently into dreams, where she walked through peaceful gardens and sat by warm fires, where all was safe and good, and exactly as it should be in the Shire. And there, in that place between waking and sleeping, between story and dream, she would rest, knowing that tomorrow would bring another day, another chance to offer comfort through the ancient and gentle art of sleeping stories. Story 4. In the heart of the Shire, where the Brandywine River winds its gentle way through meadows of wild thyme and clover, there once stood a most peculiar willow tree. Now, you must understand that the Shire has always been home to many a fine tree, from the ancient party tree in Hobbiton to the gnarled oaks that guard the borders of the old forest. But this particular willow was different in ways that the hobbits of Bywater had long whispered about in hushed tones over their evening pipes. It is said that in the days when the Shire was younger, though still well settled by hobbit folk, there lived in a snug hole near the riverbank a baker named Mungo Bracegirdle. Mungo was known throughout the Four Farthings for his seed cakes and his honey bread, and on market days, the delicious scent of his baking would drift across the village green, drawing hobbits from their gardens and workshops like bees to lavender. His hands, though perpetually dusted with flour, were gentle and sure, and it was said he could coax the most stubborn dough into perfect loaves with nothing more than a kind word and patient kneading. But for all his skill with ovens and flour, Mungo carried a sadness in his heart that no amount of successful baking could quite lift away. His dear wife Daisy had passed into the west some years before, leaving him alone in their hobbit hole with only his work and his memories for company. The rooms that had once echoed with her laughter and the patter of her feet now seemed too large and too quiet, and though Mungo kept them neat and filled them with the warmth of his baking, they felt empty in a way that troubled his gentle spirit. Each morning, as the first golden light of dawn crept over the hills, Mungo would rise and begin his day's work. He would measure his flour with the same care his father had taught him, proof his yeast with the patience his mother had instilled, and shape his doughs with the love that Daisy had shown him through all their years together. And each evening, when the last loaf had cooled and the ovens had been banked for the night, he would walk down to the riverbank and sit beneath that strange willow tree, watching the water flow by as the stars began to pepper the darkening sky. The willow itself was a sight to behold, though few hobbits ventured near it after sunset. Its branches hung low over the water, trailing their silvery leaves in the current, and when the wind blew through them, they made a sound like distant singing, wordless and haunting and beautiful in a way that made the heart ache. The trunk was thick and gnarled with age, and its bark bore patterns that some said looked like faces if you stared at them long enough in the twilight, though most sensible hobbits tried not to stare at such things at all. Mungo, however, found comfort beneath those sweeping branches. He would sit on the mossy bank, his back against the sturdy trunk, and talk softly to himself about his day, about the bread he had baked and the customers he had served, about the weather and the state of his garden, and all the small things that fill a hobbit's life. Sometimes he fancied he could hear Daisy's voice in the rustling leaves above him, gentle and encouraging, telling him that his seed cakes had turned out particularly well, or that the roses by the front door needed watering. The other hobbits of Bywater watched this evening ritual with a mixture of concern and understanding. They knew that grief takes each soul differently, and if sitting beneath a strange tree by the river brought Mungo some measure of peace, then who were they to interfere? Though they did wish he would choose a different tree, one less prone to making uncanny noises in the wind and casting such deep shadows, even on the sunniest days. Now it happened that one autumn evening, when the leaves were turning gold and russet, and the air had taken on that particular crispness that speaks of winter's approach, Mungo made his usual journey down to the riverbank. The day had been long and busy, for it was market day, and he had sold every last loaf and bun from his baskets. His back ached pleasantly from the work, and his hands smelled of cinnamon and honey. He settled himself in his accustomed spot beneath the willow, watching the last rays of sunlight dance across the water's surface like scattered coins. The tree's branches swayed gently overhead, their leaves whispering their usual wordless song, but on this evening there seemed to be something different in their rustling. Mungo tilted his head, listening more carefully than he usually did, and as he listened, the random sounds began to resolve themselves into something almost like words, almost like a voice speaking from very far away, or from somewhere just beyond the edges of hearing. The hair on the back of his neck prickled slightly, but it was not an unpleasant sensation, more like the feeling of standing at the threshold of something important, something that might change everything, if only one had the courage to step forward. Mungo sat very still, his breath caught somewhere between his lungs and his throat, listening with every fibre of his being to the strange whispers in the willow's leaves. The evening had grown darker around him, the shadows lengthening and deepening, until the world seemed to consist of nothing but the gentle rushing of the river, the soft sighing of the wind. A voice, for it was becoming clearer now that it was indeed a voice, spoke in tones both sad and sweet, like honey mixed with tears. It spoke of loneliness and longing, of waiting through long years for something that might never come, of watching the river flow endlessly by while seasons turned and turned again, and nothing ever changed. Mungo felt his heart constrict with recognition, for these were feelings he knew all too well, sentiments that had filled his own quiet evenings and empty mornings since Daisy had gone. When he opened his eyes again, the twilight had deepened to true dusk, and the first stars were appearing in the darkening sky, like shy maidens peeking from behind curtains. The willow's branches moved with a purpose now, not merely swaying in the breeze but reaching, searching, as if trying to touch something just beyond their grasp. And there, in the space between the hanging curtains of leaves, Mungo saw a shape beginning to form, translucent as morning mist but growing more solid with each passing moment. She was beautiful in the way that wild things are beautiful, all grace and otherness, and something that could never quite be tamed or fully understood. Her form was that of a maiden, tall and slender as the willow itself, with hair that flowed like water and skin that seemed to glow with its own pale light. She wore a gown of leaves and shadow, and her eyes when they met Mungo's were deep and dark, and filled with centuries of patient waiting. He knew at once, with that certain knowledge that comes in dreams or in moments when the world grows thin, that he was looking upon the spirit of the tree itself, the consciousness that dwelt within the ancient willow and gave it life. The spirit spoke, and her voice was the same voice he had heard in the rustling leaves, though now it came clear as a bell across still water. She told him her story, how she had been a young dryad in ages past, one of the tree spirits that had once been common in Middle-earth before the younger races came to dominance. She had made her home in this willow when it was but a sapling, had grown with it through uncounted seasons, had watched the Shire rise and prosper around her quiet corner of the riverbank. She had been content in her solitude, or so she had told herself, finding companionship in the birds that nested in her branches and the fish that swam beneath her roots. But as the years rolled on and she watched generation after generation of hobbits live their lives along the river, building their homes and raising their families, and filling the world with love and laughter and the warm glow of hearth fires, a loneliness had grown in her heart. She had begun to long for the connection that mortals shared, for the joy of a kind word and the comfort of a gentle touch, for all the small intimacies that made life rich and full. Yet she was bound to her tree as surely as roots are bound to earth, and no hobbit had ever seen her or spoken to her, or even suspected that she was anything more than wood and leaf and shadow. Until Mungo had come, she said, her voice growing softer. Night after night he had sat beneath her branches, sharing his thoughts and his sorrows, as if she were an old friend who could understand and sympathize. She had listened to every word, had come to know the shape of his grief and the gentleness of his spirit, and slowly, without either of them quite realizing it, a bond had formed between them. She had begun to look forward to his evening visits, to the sound of his voice and the warmth of his presence. And though she knew it was folly, though she understood that nothing could ever truly come of such an impossible affection, she had found herself caring for this lonely baker with his flower-dusted hands and his kind heart. Mungo listened to all of this in wonder, his mind struggling to accept what his heart had already understood. He had never imagined that his solitary vigils by the river had been anything other than what they seemed, a grieving widower talking to himself beneath a tree. Yet now that the truth had been revealed, it felt somehow right, as if some part of him had always known that he was not quite as alone as he had believed. The companionship he had sensed in the whisper of leaves, the comfort he had drawn from the tree's steady presence, these had not been illusions or the products of a grief-stricken mind, but something real and true and precious. He found his voice at last, though it came out rough with emotion. He thanked her for listening, for being there through his darkest days, for the silent sympathy that had sustained him when he thought his heart might break from loneliness. He told her that he too had felt the bond between them, though he had not understood what it was or where it came from. And then, because Mungo was a simple hobbit with a simple heart, he asked the question that seemed most natural to him in that moment, though it was perhaps the strangest question that had ever been asked beneath the stars of the Shire. He asked if there might be some way for them to truly be together, to bridge the impossible gap between mortal and spirit, between flesh and bark, between the world of hobbits and the ancient realm of tree spirits and wild magic. The willow spirit looked at Mungo with eyes that held both hope and sorrow, a mixture so profound that it made his heart ache to witness it. She told him that there was indeed a way, though it would require great courage and no small amount of faith. In the ancient lore of her kind, there existed a ritual as old as the first trees that had taken root in Middle-earth, a means by which a spirit bound to wood and leaf might take mortal form for a time. But the price was steep and the dangers many, for such transformations went against the natural order of things and could not be undertaken lightly. She would need, she explained, 3 gifts, willingly given by one who loved her truly. The first gift must be something made with skill and care, something that embodied the giver's craft and carried within it the warmth of creation. The second must be something living that would bind her to the world of growing things beyond her tree, a connection to life in all its forms. And the third, most difficult of all, must be a promise spoken under the stars, a vow that would anchor her spirit to the mortal realm and give her reason to take flesh and form. But there were warnings too, delivered in a voice heavy with concern. If she took mortal shape, she would be leaving behind the immortality of her kind, the endless seasons that had been her birthright since time immemorial. She would become subject to all the pains and pleasures of mortal existence, would know hunger and cold and weariness, would eventually face the same end that came to all living creatures in their appointed time. And if the love that bound her should ever falter or fail, she would fade away like morning mist, unable to return to her tree and unable to sustain her mortal form, lost between worlds forever. Mungo listened to all of this with a gravity that surprised even himself. He was not a rash hobbit given to wild adventures or impulsive decisions. His life had been one of routine and quiet contentment, of measured ingredients and reliable ovens, and the comfortable predictability of well-worn paths. Yet as he sat there in the gathering darkness, looking into the eyes of this impossible creature who had somehow become dear to him without his even knowing it, he found within himself a certainty as solid as his grandmother's old mixing bowl. He told her that he would give the gifts she required, that he would speak the promise she needed, that he would do whatever was necessary to bring her into the world of sun and soil and simple joys. He knew the risks and accepted them, for what was life without someone to share it with? What good were all his careful days and comfortable routines if they stretched ahead empty and alone? Better to have love for whatever time was granted than to live forever in safe solitude. The spirit's form seemed to brighten at his words, glowing like a lantern in the darkness. She told him what he must do and when he must do it, for the magic would only work under certain circumstances and at certain times. He must bring the first gift on the night of the new moon, when darkness was deepest and the boundary between worlds grew thin. He must present the second gift on the night of the full moon, when magic ran strong and wild things walked abroad. And he must speak the third promise on the night when autumn turned to winter, when one season died to make way for another, and the very air thrummed with transformation. Mungo committed all of this to memory, repeating it back to her to ensure he had understood correctly. For he had learned long ago that precision mattered when following any sort of recipe, whether for bread or for magic. The spirit smiled at his careful attention to detail, and in that smile he saw a hint of the joy she might know if his plan succeeded, a glimpse of the happiness that could be theirs if he proved true to his word, and brave enough to see this strange business through to its conclusion. As the night deepened around them and the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient dance, they talked of smaller things, of hopes and dreams and the life they might build together. She asked about his baking, and he described the satisfaction of watching dough rise, the pleasure of pulling golden loaves from the oven, the simple contentment of feeding others, and seeing their faces light up with appreciation. He asked about her long years in the willow, and she told him of springs that had brought new life to her branches, of summers heavy with leaf and shade, of autumns painted in gold and russet, of winters when she had stood bare and proud against snow and wind. They discovered, in those quiet hours of conversation, that they shared a love of simple beauties and quiet pleasures, that both of them found joy in the changing seasons and the gentle rhythms of natural life. She had watched hobbits for so long that she understood their ways and valued their virtues of loyalty and kindness and steadfast hearts. He had sat beneath her branches for so many evenings that he had come to appreciate the patient wisdom of trees, their rootedness and their strength, their ability to weather any storm while remaining fundamentally themselves. When at last the night grew so late that even the most determined owls had ceased their hunting calls, Mungo rose stiffly from his seat against the trunk. His legs had gone numb from sitting so long in one position, and his back protested as he straightened, reminding him that he was not as young as he had once been, but his heart felt lighter than it had in years, filled with purpose and possibility, and something that might almost be called hope. The spirit bid him farewell, with words that lingered in the air like the scent of flowers, telling him to rest well and prepare for the task ahead. As he walked back up the path toward his hobbit hole, he turned once to look back at the willow. Its branches moved in the night breeze, and he fancied he could see her form among the shadows, watching him go with those deep, dark eyes that held such longing and such trust. The days that followed were filled with a peculiar mixture of anticipation and anxiety for Mungo Bracegirdle. He went about his usual business, rising before dawn to prepare his doughs and tend his ovens, serving his customers with his customary courtesy and care, but his mind was only half present in these familiar tasks. The other half was occupied with thoughts of the willow spirit and the first gift he must prepare, something made with skill and care that embodied his craft and carried the warmth of creation. At first he thought he might bake her a special loaf, perhaps his finest honey bread decorated with intricate patterns scored into the crust, or a collection of his most delicate pastries arranged in a beautiful basket. But the more he considered it, the more inadequate these ideas seemed. Bread, no matter how skillfully made, was meant to be eaten and would not last beyond a few days. He needed something more permanent, something that would endure as a testament to his feelings and his commitment to this extraordinary venture. It was his neighbour, old Gorbodoc Grubb, who inadvertently provided the inspiration. Gorbodoc had stopped by the bakery one morning to purchase his usual weekly supply of buns, and as Mungo wrapped them carefully in brown paper, the old hobbit remarked on a wooden breadboard hanging on the wall behind the counter. It had belonged to Mungo's grandmother, carved from a single piece of golden oak and decorated with wheat sheaves and harvest motifs that had been lovingly etched into its surface by some long-forgotten craftsman. Looking at that breadboard, worn smooth by generations of use and still beautiful in its simplicity, Mungo knew what his first gift must be. He would carve something from wood, from the very substance of trees, creating with his own hands an object that bridged the worlds of root and soil and hearth and home. He had some skill in woodworking, though he had not practiced it much since Daisy's passing, but his father had been a fine carver and had taught young Mungo the basics of the craft during long winter evenings by the fire. That very afternoon, when the day's baking was done, Mungo walked to the edge of the old forest, where a lightning-struck oak had fallen the previous spring. The wood had been seasoning for months now, and was ready for working. He selected a fine piece, straight-grained and free of knots, and carried it home under his arm. In the shed behind his hobbit hole, he unearthed his father's old tools from where they had lain wrapped in oiled cloth, their handles worn smooth by familiar hands, and their blades still sharp, despite years of disuse. He began that very evening, working by lamplight after supper, letting his hands remember skills they had not employed in many years. The wood seemed to speak to him as he worked, guiding his tools along its grain, revealing the form that had always hidden within it, waiting to be discovered. He carved a box, not large but perfectly proportioned, with a lid that fit so snugly it seemed to breathe as it opened and closed. On its surface he carved willow branches, their leaves hanging in graceful curves, and beneath them he carved a small scene of a hobbit hole, with smoke rising from its chimney, symbolizing the joining of her world and his. Night after night he worked, taking his time to get every detail right, sanding the wood until it was smooth as water-worn stone, rubbing it with beeswax until it glowed with a warm honey-coloured luster. As he worked, he found himself talking softly to the box, telling it about the spirit who would receive it, describing her beauty and her loneliness and the courage it took for her to even consider leaving her tree. He fancied that the wood absorbed these words, that they became part of its essence just as surely as the grain and the colour and the shape he was giving it. The new moon arrived sooner than he expected, as significant moments always seem to do. Mungo finished the box that afternoon, adding the final touches and standing back to admire his work. It was, he thought with satisfaction, the finest thing he had ever made with his hands. It captured something essential about both of them, about roots and growth and the warmth of home, about patience and care and love, expressed through skill and attention to detail. As twilight fell and darkness gathered over the Shire, Mungo wrapped the box carefully in soft cloth and made his way down to the riverbank. His heart beat faster with each step, though whether from excitement or nervousness he could not quite say. The willow loomed before him in the darkness, its branches hanging motionless in the still air, and for a moment he wondered if he had imagined everything, if the spirit had been nothing more than a dream born of loneliness and grief. But then the leaves began to rustle, though no wind blew, and her form materialized among the shadows, glowing softly in the starlight. She seemed more solid than she had before, as if his decision to help her had already begun to anchor her more firmly to the mortal world. Her eyes met his, and in them he saw hope and fear mingled together, the universal expression of anyone standing on the threshold of great change. Mungo stepped forward and unwrapped the box, holding it out to her with hands that trembled only slightly. He told her that he had made it himself, had poured into it all his skill and care, had thought of her with every stroke of the blade and every pass of the sandpaper. It was meant to hold precious things, he said, small treasures and memories, the keepsakes that mark a life and make a house a home. He hoped she would accept it as the first gift, the token of his craft, and the symbol of his commitment to this strange and wondrous undertaking. The spirit reached out, and her fingers, which looked as insubstantial as moonlight, touched the box. To Mungo's amazement, she was able to hold it, to lift it and turn it in her hands, examining the carvings with an expression of wonder and delight. The spirit held the box as if it were the most precious thing in all of Middle-earth, her translucent fingers tracing the carved willow branches, with a touch so gentle it seemed scarcely to make contact at all. When she looked up at Mungo, her eyes shimmered with something that might have been tears. Though whether spirits could truly weep, he did not know. She told him that in all her long years, through all the countless seasons she had witnessed from her place by the river, no one had ever made anything for her, had ever thought of her as worthy of such care and attention and devotion. She cradled the box against her chest, and Mungo watched in wonder as it seemed to sink into her form, becoming part of her essence, the first thread binding her to the world of solid things and mortal hearts. A change came over her then, subtle but unmistakable. Her form grew just a fraction more substantial, her glow a touch warmer, as if the gift had kindled something within her that had long lain dormant. She thanked him with words that rang like bells across still water, and told him that the first step had been taken, the first bridge built between their two worlds. But now, she reminded him gently, they must wait for the full moon before the second gift could be given. Until then, she urged him to think carefully about what he would bring, for the living gift was perhaps the most important of all. It must be something that would thrive and grow, something that would need tending and care, something that would teach her what it meant to nurture life beyond the slow, patient growth of trees. It must be a responsibility and a joy, a connection to the green world in all its wild variety. Mungo walked home that night with his mind already turning over possibilities. The days that followed were marked by a restless creativity, as he considered and reconsidered his options. He thought of bringing her a potted plant, perhaps one of the lovely ferns that grew in the damp places along the river, but that seemed too simple, too close to what she already knew. He considered a bird in a cage, but the idea of caging anything felt wrong, especially as a gift for one who longed for freedom from her own wooden prison. It was in his garden, 3 days before the full moon, that inspiration struck. He had been weeding the vegetable patch, his hands deep in the rich soil, when he noticed a tiny sapling that had sprouted unbidden among his cabbages. It was an apple seedling, grown from some core that had been tossed aside or buried by a forgetful squirrel. The little tree was no more than a handspan tall, with leaves so green they seemed to glow in the afternoon sun, and as Mungo knelt beside it, he felt a certainty settle over him like a warm cloak. Here was the perfect gift, a tree that would grow and change and bear fruit, a living thing that required patience and care, and would give beauty and sustenance in return. It was young enough to be moved without harm, small enough to be carried, but possessed of all the potential that lay within every seed and sapling. It would teach her about growth beyond the slow seasons of willows, about the miracle of blossoms and the satisfaction of harvest, about the cycle of life in all its abundance. He spent the remaining days preparing for the full moon with the same care he had devoted to carving the box. He found a proper pot for the sapling, one of his wife's old herb planters that had sat empty in the shed since her passing. He filled it with the best soil from his garden, rich and dark and full of life, mixing in compost and a handful of bone meal to give the young tree the best possible start. He transplanted the sapling with gentle hands, speaking softly to it as he worked, telling it about the wondrous being who would become its caretaker and the magical transformation it would help to bring about. The little tree seemed to thrive under his attention, its leaves perking up as if it understood somehow that it had been chosen for a special purpose. Mungo watered it carefully each day and kept it in a sunny spot by his kitchen window, watching over it like a mother hen with a single precious chick. He found himself talking to it during his baking, telling it stories about Daisy and their life together, about his hopes for the future and his nervousness about what was to come. The simple act of caring for this living thing brought him a peace he had not felt in many months. The night of the full moon arrived clear and bright, with the great silver orb hanging in the sky like a lantern lighting the way for travelers and dreamers. Mungo finished his day's work earlier than usual, closed up his shop, and carefully carried the potted apple sapling down to the riverbank. The willow's branches seemed to glow in the moonlight, each leaf edged in silver, and the river reflected the moon's light in 1,000 dancing fragments that looked like scattered stars. The spirit was waiting for him, and she seemed different again, more present somehow, as if the first gift had begun a transformation that was slowly gathering momentum. She looked at the little tree with an expression of such tender wonder that Mungo felt his throat tighten with emotion. She reached out and touched one of the delicate leaves, and at her touch, the entire sapling seemed to shimmer, responding to her in a way that went beyond the merely physical. Mungo explained his choice, told her how the apple tree would grow and change through the seasons, how it would need her care and attention, how it would eventually reward that care with blossoms and fruit. He said that tending it would teach her about the rhythms of mortal life, about the satisfaction of nurturing something and watching it flourish, about the connection between effort and reward that defines so much of existence in the material world. The spirit listened to all of this with an attention so complete it seemed to encompass not just his words, but the meaning behind them, the love and hope and careful thought that had gone into this choice. She accepted the sapling with both hands, drawing it close to her as she had done with the carved box. And again Mungo witnessed that strange merging as the living tree seemed to become part of her essence while remaining wholly itself. The pot vanished into her luminous form, but the sapling remained visible, its roots now seeming to draw sustenance from her very being while its leaves continued to rustle in the gentle night breeze. The change that came over her this time was more dramatic than before. Her form solidified further, taking on texture and dimension that made her look almost corporeal in the moonlight. She told him that she could feel the sapling's life force flowing through her, its young, vibrant energy so different from the ancient, patient power of her willow. It was teaching her already, she said, about the quick, bright urgency of mortal existence, the way smaller lives burned with such intensity precisely because they knew their time was limited. She could feel its eagerness to grow, its reaching towards sun and soil and sky, and in feeling it she understood better what it would mean to take mortal form, to live with that same pressing awareness of time's passage and opportunity's fleeting nature. They sat together beneath the willow's branches as the moon climbed higher in the sky, and she asked him questions about what her life might be like if the transformation succeeded. He told her about the simple pleasures of hobbit existence, the joy of a well-cooked meal and a comfortable chair, the satisfaction of a garden tended, and a home kept cozy against winter's chill. He described market days and harvest festivals, the pleasure of good conversation over tea and pipe smoke, the comfort of familiar routines and the excitement of small surprises. She listened with the hunger of one who has watched life from a distance for too long, who has observed joy and sorrow without truly participating in either. She asked about pain, for she had never known physical suffering beyond the occasional damage to her bark or branches, and Mungo tried to explain how pain could be both burden and teacher, how it made pleasure sweeter by contrast, and taught lessons that comfort never could. He told her about loss too, for she would need to understand that accepting mortal form meant accepting mortality's inevitable end, but he assured her that the fullness of truly lived life made the bargain worthwhile. As they talked, the hours slipped away unnoticed, and Mungo found himself sharing things he had not spoken of in years. He told her about his childhood, about learning to bake at his father's side, and the pride he had felt when his first loaf came out, golden and perfect. He spoke of meeting Daisy at a midsummer dance, of their courtship and marriage, of the quiet contentment of their years together. He described his grief after her passing, the way the world had seemed to lose its colour and warmth, how he had wandered through his days like a ghost in his own life. The spirit listened to all of this with a compassion that seemed to encompass not just sympathy but true understanding, as if by accepting the living gifts he brought, she was learning to comprehend the full spectrum of mortal emotion. She told him that she had watched many such stories unfold from her place by the river, had seen love bloom and fade, had witnessed joy and sorrow in all their countless variations. But watching, she now understood, was nothing like experiencing, just as knowing about rain was nothing like feeling it on your skin or tasting its sweetness on your tongue. When at last the moon began to sink toward the western horizon, and the eastern sky showed the first pale hints of approaching dawn, Mungo reluctantly rose to leave. The spirit reminded him that one gift yet remained, the promise that would be spoken when autumn turned to winter, when the world stood balanced between one season and the next. That would be the final key, the last thread needed to bind her spirit to mortal flesh. And she told him to prepare his heart as carefully as he had prepared the other gifts, for words spoken in truth and love held power beyond any physical object. The days that followed the full moon seemed to pass both too quickly and too slowly, time playing tricks as it always does when one stands on the threshold of momentous change. Mungo went about his daily business with an air of distraction that did not escape the notice of his regular customers. More than one hobbit remarked that he seemed different somehow, lighter of step and brighter of eye, as if some burden had been lifted from his shoulders or some long dormant hope had finally begun to stir. Old Lobelia Sackville noticed it first, her sharp eyes missing nothing as usual. She cornered him one morning when he delivered her usual order of buns and demanded to know what had put that foolish smile on his face. Mungo, caught off guard, stammered something about the lovely weather and the satisfaction of a particularly successful batch of seed cakes, but Lobelia was not fooled. She wagged a finger at him and declared that he looked like a hobbit with a secret, and that secrets in the Shire had a way of coming to light whether one wished them to or not. Her words troubled him slightly, for he had not considered what the other hobbits might think of his unusual courtship. The folk of the Shire were a practical people, suspicious of magic and uncomfortable with anything that strayed too far from the ordinary. What would they say when they learned that Mungo Bracegirdle had fallen in love with a tree spirit? Would they think him mad? Or worse, dabbling in matters better left alone? He could already imagine the whispers and sideways glances, the concerned visits from well-meaning neighbours, suggesting he might need a rest, or perhaps should see the healer about his clearly addled wits. Yet, even as these worries circled in his mind, Mungo found he could not regret his choice, whatever others might think or say. He had found something precious in his evenings by the river, something that made his heart feel full again after so many months of emptiness. The willow spirit had awakened in him feelings he had thought buried forever with Daisy, had reminded him that life could still hold wonder and possibility, even for a middle-aged baker, with flour under his fingernails and grey creeping into his hair. If that made him foolish in the eyes of sensible hobbits, then foolish he would be, and gladly. As the autumn days grew shorter and the first frost painted delicate patterns on his window panes each morning, Mungo turned his attention to the third and final gift. Unlike the carved box and the apple sapling, this gift required no hands to craft or shop to purchase. It needed only his heart and his voice, but in some ways that made it the most difficult of all. What promise could he speak that would be worthy of such a momentous occasion? What words could possibly capture the depth of his feelings and the sincerity of his commitment? He found himself lying awake at night, staring at the ceiling beams of his bedroom and trying out different phrases in his mind. Some sounded too flowery and grand, like lines from the old songs and stories that rangers sang in taverns. Others felt too simple and plain, inadequate to the extraordinary nature of what he was promising. He wanted words that were true to who he was, that reflected his baker's soul and his hobbit's heart, that spoke of the kind of love that showed itself in daily actions rather than dramatic gestures. One evening, about a week before the autumn equinox, Mungo took out a piece of paper and began to write. He sat at his kitchen table with a cup of tea growing cold at his elbow, and tried to put his thoughts into words that would stand the test of being spoken aloud under the stars. The act of writing helped somehow. Seeing the words take form on paper made them feel more real and substantial. He wrote and crossed out and wrote again, working late into the night until his candle had burned low, and his hand cramped from gripping the pen. What emerged was not a speech of elaborate eloquence, but something simpler and perhaps truer. He promised to care for her as he would care for his most precious possession, to keep her safe and warm and cherished. He promised to share with her all the small joys of his life, the pleasure of fresh bread and sunny mornings, the comfort of a warm fire, and the beauty of starlit nights. He promised to be patient with her as she learned to navigate the world of mortal concerns, to teach her about hobbit ways, and help her find her place in the community of the Shire. Most importantly, he promised to love her for whatever time they were granted, whether that be many years or only a few seasons. He would not waste their time together in fear of its ending, would not hold back his heart because he knew that loss would eventually come. He had learned that lesson already in his years with Daisy, had discovered that the joy of loving was worth the pain of losing, that it was better to have known happiness and lost it than to have never known it at all. The air had a peculiar quality that evening, crisp and clear with a hint of coming cold, and the sky blazed with stars that seemed closer and brighter than usual, as if they were leaning down to witness what was about to unfold. Mungo dressed with care, choosing his best waistcoat and taking time to brush his curly hair and trim his whiskers. He tucked the written promise into his pocket, though he hoped he would not need to refer to it, wanting the words to come from his heart rather than from a piece of paper. As he walked down to the riverbank, his hands trembled slightly and his breath came quick and shallow. But underneath, the nervousness ran a current of quiet certainty. This was right. He knew it in his bones, felt it in the same deep place that told him when bread dough had risen enough or when the oven had reached the perfect temperature. The willow stood waiting in the gathering darkness, its branches stirring gently in the evening breeze. The spirit appeared almost immediately, and Mungo caught his breath at the sight of her. She had changed dramatically since he had last seen her, had become so solid and real-looking that if not for the faint luminescence that still clung to her form, she might have been mistaken for an elf maiden in the twilight. The carved box and the apple sapling had worked their magic well, anchoring her more firmly to the mortal realm with each gift accepted. She looked at him with eyes that held both hope and fear in equal measure, and he understood that she was as nervous as he was, perhaps more so. She was about to take a step that could not be undone, to leave behind immortality and the only existence she had ever known. If he failed her, if the promise he spoke was not sufficient or not sincere enough, she would be trapped between worlds, unable to go forward into mortality or backward into her tree. Mungo took a deep breath, centering himself the way he did before attempting a particularly difficult baking task. Gathering his thoughts and his courage, he stepped forward until he stood directly beneath the willow's canopy, close enough to the spirit that he could have reached out and touched her if he dared. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, and somewhere in the distance, an owl called out its hunting cry. But these sounds seemed to come from very far away, as if the space beneath the willow had become a world unto itself, separate from the ordinary flow of time and place. Mungo began to speak, and his voice was steady despite the emotion that threatened to overwhelm him. He told her that he made this promise freely, and with full knowledge of what it meant, that no magic compelled him, and no enchantment clouded his judgment. He was choosing this path of his own will, motivated by nothing more or less than the simple truth that he had come to love her in the quiet evenings they had shared, in the whispered conversations, and the companionable silences that had slowly woven their hearts together. He promised to honor her always, to remember that she was giving up immortality to walk beside him in the world of sun and rain and passing seasons. He would never take for granted the sacrifice she was making, would never treat lightly the trust she placed in him by accepting mortal form. Every day they shared would be a gift, and he would treat it as such, with gratitude and care, and the kind of mindful appreciation that turned ordinary moments into treasured memories. He promised to teach her everything she needed to know about living as a hobbit in the Shire, from the proper way to brew tea, to the art of tending a garden, to the intricate social customs that governed life in hobbit holes and villages. He would be patient with her mistakes and celebrate her successes, would help her find her place in a community that might not initially understand or accept her strangeness. He would stand beside her when others whispered, would defend her when necessary, and would always make sure she knew she had a home and a place where she belonged. He promised to share with her all the joys of mortal existence, the taste of fresh strawberries in summer, and the warmth of mulled cider in winter, the pleasure of a well-told story, and the comfort of a soft bed after a long day. He would take her to market days and harvest festivals, would introduce her to his neighbours, and teach her the songs that hobbits sang. He would show her the beauty of the Shire in all its seasons, from the first brave crocuses of spring, to the golden glory of autumn, to the peaceful hush of snow-covered hills in winter. But he also promised to be there for the harder parts of mortal life, the aches and pains that came with having a body of flesh and bone, the disappointments and frustrations that accompanied daily existence, the inevitable sorrows that touched every life, no matter how careful one tried to be. He would hold her hand through difficulties, would offer comfort when comfort was needed, and would share his strength when her own faltered. They would face whatever came together, two souls joined in partnership and purpose. Most of all, he promised to love her truly and completely, for all the days granted to them, whether those days numbered in decades or merely in seasons. He would not hold back his heart in fear of future loss, would not diminish their present joy by dwelling on inevitable endings. He had learned from his years with Daisy that love given fully and freely was never wasted, that the happiness of shared lives far outweighed the pain of eventual parting. He would give her everything he had to give and consider himself blessed for every moment they spent together. As he spoke these final words, Mungo felt something shift in the air around them, a change so profound it seemed to ripple outward like waves from a stone dropped into still water. The spirit's form began to glow more brightly, her luminescence intensifying until she shone like a star fallen to earth, and Mungo had to shield his eyes against the radiance. The willow's branches thrashed suddenly, as if caught in a violent storm, though no wind blew, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath his feet. The light grew brighter still, almost unbearable in its intensity, and Mungo heard a sound like singing, though whether it came from the spirit, or the tree, or the earth itself, he could not tell. It was a song without words, a melody that spoke of transformation and rebirth, of endings that were also beginnings, of ancient magic woven into the fabric of the world stirring to life after long slumber. The carved box and the apple sapling that had merged with the spirit's essence now blazed with their own light, visible as glowing shapes within her radiant form. Then, just when Mungo thought he could not bear the brightness or the intensity of the moment for another second, everything stopped. The light vanished like a snuffed candle, plunging them into darkness so complete that Mungo was momentarily blind. He blinked rapidly, trying to force his dazzled eyes to adjust, and slowly shapes began to emerge from the blackness. The willow still stood, though its branches hung oddly still now, as if exhausted by what had just transpired. The stars overhead seemed dimmer than they had been, or perhaps his eyes were still recovering from that impossible brilliance. And there, standing where the spirit had floated only moments before, was a woman. She stood on solid ground, with no glow about her, no translucence in her form, as real and mortal as Mungo himself. She wore a simple dress the colour of willow bark, and her hair fell long and dark around her shoulders like a curtain of shadow. Her skin was pale but not unnaturally so, and when she looked at Mungo, her eyes were the deep brown of rich earth, warm and alive and unmistakably mortal. For a long moment neither of them moved or spoke, both too overwhelmed by what had just occurred to do anything but stare at each other in the starlight. Then the woman swayed slightly, her legs unsteady beneath her, and Mungo rushed forward to catch her before she could fall. The moment his hands touched her arms, he gasped at the solidity of her, the warm reality of flesh and bone, where before there had been only luminous spirit. She was real, truly and completely real, no longer a creature of magic and moonlight, but a living, breathing woman standing in his garden by the river. She looked up at him with wonder in her eyes, lifting her hands to stare at them as if she had never seen hands before. She flexed her fingers experimentally, watching the way they moved, marveling at the sensation of muscle and tendon working beneath skin. She touched her own face, feeling the curve of her cheek and the shape of her nose, discovering the physicality of her new form with the amazed curiosity of a child encountering the world for the first time. When she spoke, her voice was different than it had been as a spirit, deeper and more textured, carrying the slight roughness of breath passing through a mortal throat. She told him that everything felt strange and overwhelming, that she could feel her heart beating in her chest like a trapped bird, and her lungs pulling air in and out in a rhythm she had to consciously maintain. The ground beneath her feet felt solid in a way she had never experienced, pressing up against her with insistent reality. She could feel the evening breeze on her skin, could smell the rich scent of river water and damp earth, could taste something metallic and strange on her tongue that she thought might be fear or excitement, or perhaps both at once. Mungo held her steady, supporting her weight as she learned to trust her legs and find her balance. He asked if she was all right, if the transformation had hurt, if she felt well enough to walk. She nodded slowly, taking tentative steps with his help, learning the mechanics of moving a body through space, rather than simply willing herself from one place to another as spirits did. Her first steps were clumsy and uncertain, like a foal newly born, but with each attempt she grew more confident and more coordinated. They made their way slowly up the path toward Mungo's hobbit hole, stopping frequently to rest as the woman adjusted to the limitations and demands of her new physical form. She marveled at everything they passed, seeing the world through mortal eyes for the first time, and finding it both more beautiful and more harsh than she had imagined. The stones on the path were hard beneath her bare feet, causing discomfort she had never known, yet the soft grass beside the path felt luxuriously pleasant in contrast. The night air, that had seemed merely cool to her spirit self, now raised goosebumps on her arms and made her shiver, but it also carried scents she could truly smell now, layers of fragrance she had only vaguely perceived before. When they finally reached his door, Mungo ushered her inside and settled her in the most comfortable chair by the fireplace. He built up the fire until warmth filled the room, then bustled about making tea and finding a soft blanket to drape over her shoulders. She watched all of this with enormous eyes, taking in every detail of the cozy hobbit hole that would now be her home. The warm glow of lamplight on rounded walls, the comfortable clutter of a bachelor's household, the lingering smell of bread from the day's baking. All of it was new and fascinating, and slightly overwhelming. Mungo brought her tea, and she held the cup in both hands, feeling the heat seep into her palms and watching the steam rise in delicate curls. She sipped it carefully, tasting chamomile and honey, experiencing flavor as a full sensory event rather than a distant, abstract concept. The warmth traveled down her throat and spread through her chest, and she understood suddenly why mortal creatures placed such importance on food and drink, why they gathered around tables and made rituals of meals. These simple acts of sustenance were also acts of comfort and connection, ways of anchoring oneself in the physical world. They talked late into the night, Mungo answering her endless questions about mortal existence, and she describing what it felt like to be suddenly embodied after centuries of incorporeal existence. She told him that the carved box he had made was now truly hers, in a way that transcended ownership, that it had become a part of her transformation and would always hold a special significance. The apple sapling too had merged with her essence, teaching her about growth and change in ways that went beyond mere observation. She could feel it still, a small bright presence within her, its eager reaching toward life now part of her own nature. As the fire burned low and the night deepened around them, exhaustion finally caught up with the newly mortal woman. Her eyelids grew heavy and her words began to slur slightly, her body demanding rest in a way she had never experienced as a spirit. Mungo showed her to his guest room, which had stood empty since Daisy's passing, and made up the bed with fresh linens. He left her there with a candle burning low on the nightstand, and strict instructions to call out if she needed anything during the night. Back in his own room, Mungo lay awake for a long time, his mind too full of wonder and excitement to permit sleep. He had done it, had actually succeeded in bringing a tree spirit into mortal form through nothing more than love and faith and carefully chosen gifts. It seemed impossible now that it was done, like something from an old tale rather than his own lived experience. Yet she was real, sleeping just down the hall, as mortal and substantial as any hobbit in the Shire. He thought about the days ahead, the challenges they would face as she learned to navigate her new existence, and he learned to share his life again after so long alone. There would be explanations to give, and curious neighbors to satisfy, and a whole community to gradually win over. There would be the practical matters of helping her choose a proper hobbit name and teaching her the 1,000 small customs that governed life in the Shire. But underneath all the concerns and challenges ran a current of pure happiness, a joy so profound it made his chest feel tight and his eyes sting with unshed tears. The first weeks of the willow spirit's mortal life unfolded with a mixture of wonder and awkwardness that often left both her and Mungo laughing helplessly at some small mishap or misunderstanding. She chose the name Willow for herself, both as a remembrance of her origins and because she found she liked the sound of it when Mungo spoke it aloud. She learned to dress herself after several comical incidents involving buttons and laces, mastered the art of walking without stumbling, and discovered that she had a remarkable talent for baking that seemed to come naturally from centuries of watching Mungo through the window of her awareness. The neighbors, as Mungo had expected, were curious about the sudden appearance of a strange woman in his household. He told them she was a distant cousin from beyond the Brandywine who had fallen on hard times and needed a place to stay, a story simple enough to be believed and common enough not to raise too many eyebrows. Most hobbits accepted this explanation with the characteristic courtesy of their kind, though Lobelia Sackville made pointed comments about propriety and the importance of maintaining appearances that made Mungo's ears burn red. Willow adapted to hobbit life with surprising speed, her centuries of observation serving her well as she learned to navigate the social waters of the Shire. She helped Mungo in the bakery, her hands proving as skilled with dough as his own, and customers began to remark on how much lighter his step seemed, how his smile came more easily than it had in years. She planted the apple sapling in a sunny spot behind the hobbit hole, tending it with a devotion that went beyond mere gardening, and it thrived under her care in ways that seemed almost magical. As autumn deepened into winter and the first snows dusted the hills in white, Mungo and Willow settled into a comfortable rhythm of shared life. They worked together in the bakery during the day, their movements coordinated like dancers who had practiced for years rather than mere weeks. In the evenings, they would sit by the fire, Mungo teaching Willow to read from his collection of books, while she told him stories of all the things she had witnessed from her place by the river, centuries of history filtered through the patient perspective of trees. She learned about cold and its discomforts, about hunger and its satisfactions, about weariness and the blessed relief of sleep. She experienced her first snowfall as a mortal being and stood in the garden with her face turned up to the sky, laughing with delight as flakes melted on her tongue. She tasted her first berry pie and declared it the most wonderful thing she had ever experienced, then wept with frustration when her own attempt at baking one resulted in a burn disaster. Mungo held her through these emotional storms, marveling at the depth of feeling that mortal existence brought, the way joy and sorrow could chase each other across her face like clouds across the sun. By the time spring arrived, painting the Shire in fresh greens and bright wildflowers, Willow had become as much a part of Bywater as any hobbit born and raised there. She had won over even the skeptical Lobelia with her honey cakes, had charmed the children with stories and the elderly with her patient listening. She walked to the river often, standing by her old willow tree and touching its bark with gentle reverence, but she never wished herself back into that ancient form. She had discovered that love and companionship were worth all the discomforts and limitations of mortal existence. On a warm day in late spring, when the apple sapling burst into bloom with flowers of such beauty that neighbors came from all around to marvel at them, Mungo asked Willow to marry him. She said yes with a smile that lit her face like sunshine, and they were wed under the party tree with half of Hobbiton in attendance. It was a simple ceremony as hobbit weddings went, but it was filled with genuine joy and good wishes, and even those who had initially been suspicious of the strange woman found themselves caught up in the happiness of the occasion. The years that followed were peaceful and productive, marked by the changing seasons and the small satisfactions of a life well lived. Mungo and Willow ran the bakery together, their bread and cakes becoming even more famous throughout the Four Farthings. They tended their garden and their apple tree, which grew tall and strong and bore fruit of exceptional sweetness. They made friends and helped neighbors and became woven into the fabric of Shire life in the way that only time and consistency can achieve. Willow never regretted her choice to become mortal, though she sometimes felt a distant echo of her tree nature when she stood among the willows by the river. She had gained far more than she had lost, had discovered that the intensity and immediacy of mortal existence made every moment precious in a way that immortality never could, and Mungo, who had thought his heart too broken to love again, learned that grief need not be permanent. That joy could return when one had the courage to remain open to its possibility. And so the tale ends as the best tales do, with two souls who found each other across an impossible divide and built a life together filled with simple pleasures and quiet contentment. The willow tree still stands by the river in Bywater, and sometimes on still evenings its branches seem to whisper secrets to those who pause to listen. But whether those whispers are merely the wind or something more, well, that is a question best left to poets and dreamers and hobbits drifting off to sleep under starlit skies, secure in the knowledge that magic, when it comes, often wears the gentlest of faces and asks nothing more than an open heart and the courage to believe in possibility.